Hello， 不是9天，为什么讲的好像是每日生存指南一样？确定还在 ，OK， 可以去睡觉了。到底在干嘛？在了，还在了，没事啊，就只是比较晚而已嘛。本日签到，一写签一，签到啊！笑死，这里没有海米斯的衣服可以。那套我也不想。什么？你居然不想要？哎，不懂海米斯的好，不行，要求也太苛刻了。
Huh? Hey, get out! Cuckoo!
What a place!
I'm heading east. Don't
Best
you
ability to knock it
over in
lost
the
in
west.
Don't keep your voice down. What a
I'm heading
place.
east. Don't you come with, you
Full of
hear?
surprises.
Best I don't see
Huh?
you over
The
in the
ability
west,
to knock
then.
it lost some sort of talent.
Hey, get out! Cuckoo!
What a place.
Best I don't see you over in the
Full of
west,
surprises.
then. I'm heading east.
Whenever I get to take a break,
Rotten onion skin?
好了，我们该来跑活动了。听说这次活动好像很可爱。你是重甲派的，什么？那你是比较喜欢破坏吗？盖亚斯破坏。那看来你是比较喜欢贝人，而不是贝尔奈克了。懂了，原来是喜欢这个的部分。有整套了啊！哎呀，我明白了。你是不喜欢脱掉的版本吗？主角，然后就是还有谁啊？盖亚斯啊，就破坏那一套，不就是重甲吗？重甲，然后你不喜欢那个他有翅膀的那个，哎，干嘛？我只是在讲你可能喜欢的可能性啊，说不定你就真的比较喜欢被人在那边喊着你亲爱的。Oh my god！ 安顿原来是这样的人 ，I see 。
long trip ahead?
I got you, bro 。 你现在穿的是托尔维斯裙哦。天哪，原来你是喜欢托尔维斯哦！干，天哪，你就是 G20在那边摸托尔维斯屁股的人啊！原来是我朋友的同好之人啊！太可怕了，太可怕了，这世界太可怕了。哎，这么说起来，我突然想到亚特的，不对，团长的那套服装是不是没有出啊？说到这个，我的 B 内的盾呢？我不需要什么神圣盾，我要 B 内的那一张盾。捡到了一套亡灵洞察，捡到了便宜，弄了一套亡灵洞察。亡灵洞察是哪一个？钢瓶吗？钢瓶加盾钢，那个有很贵吗？对啊，那东西有很贵吗？价格合力灾难130万，那也还行啊，不算太贵。你知道我最近终于把我在血本打到那个火喷加1给卖掉，妈卖好久，还卖到快生气了。推荐任务啊，他要先解那个哦，所以我要先去解啊，我要先解你啦啊，难怪我没有跳出派蒙熟悉的声音啊。以声明塑形。如果是 LVA 的话，我们带伯尼娜加林尼特，再加我们可爱的纳维亚。到场之后
Witness my magnificence!
哎，突然让我想起一件事情。 在那之前，我需要趁礼拜五，没办法，来不及了，算了，没关系，我们等礼拜日。白痴做的越来越好了，白痴是个好文明，笑死。第四也是个好文明， OK， 走，走。如果林尼特有出现的话，那我可能就要当林尼特的嘴替了。哎呀，哎，我看到下落地了。等一下，那边好像是活动地点，我需要绕个路。远远的很明显，不愧是我们的黄玫瑰小姐。哎，我可爱的纳维亚，我来啦
Hey, Navia! What you up to?
哎呀，怎么神神秘秘的？
Get lost, Monica! I don't want to see you back here until you're ready to wake up and start doing things properly! Right now, you're a disgrace to my kitchen and to the Hotel de Boer name!
我在怎么拯救餐厅吗？
It was an accident.
哦，莫妮卡，
I'm sorry, did you hear me asking for excuses?
No, I'll do better, I promise.
Why is she so aggressive? She won't even listen to what the poor girl has to say. Oh, hey, cut her some slack. You gotta at least hear her out.
莱蒙，不要乱去参加。
Wait!
Huh? Who do you think you are telling me? Wait a sec. Navia? Huh. So, you're bringing backup now. Suit yourself! You're still wasting your time!
Savannah, is this how you always treat your staff?
My staff is right. I'm the one in charge here now. And last time I checked, the Hotel de Boer doesn't take orders from the Spina di Rosula.
Of course. How you run your kitchen is none of our business. But when a member of your staff is so overworked he becomes gravely ill, that most definitely is our business. We're going to stand up for him, whether you like it or not.
Overworked? I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If Fermon can't handle the job, then tough luck. There are plenty of other capable people I can hire instead.
But Philmont can do the job, he just...
Monica, back inside, now!
Huh? But you said I shouldn't come back until...
Just do as you're told, and not another word out of you! Come on, we have work to do!
Wow! What a horrible person!
Sorry. Looks like I've dragged you into some drama again.
所以这家伙是什么人？
Her name is Savannah. She's the new head chef at Hotel de Boer. Ever since she took the job, she's been enforcing a brutal work regime and putting a huge amount of pressure on her staff. One guy was so overworked, he collapsed from illness. He's been bedridden for days, and he can barely even talk properly.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I don't deserve to be a chef.
At his family's request, the Spina di Rosula is trying to mediate on his behalf. We're not exactly making a ton of progress, as you saw. Savannah is adamant that Vermont's exhaustion and illness have nothing to do with her or how she's been running her kitchen. She's refusing to have any kind of meaningful dialogue with us. Our next thought was to talk to the other chefs at the restaurant and get a better idea of their working conditions. But with Savannah watching them like a hawk, no one has been willing to open up. And that's why I'm here, doing it the old-fashioned way. Camping out, watching, and waiting for an opportunity.
再悄悄去问莫妮，那是不是要等他走了再悄悄去问莫妮卡？
Oh, shoot! It all makes sense now. Sorry. Paimon should have thunk before she spoke. Did Paimon ruin everything?
Oh, no, not at all, Paimon. Honestly, the way she was laying into Monica, someone had to step in. I'm sure I would have piped up if you hadn't. And besides, I don't really think I'm built for espionage.
现在他恐怕现在他大概也有警觉，恐怕不会有下次机会了。
Yeah, meaning it's gonna be all the more difficult to get the inside scoop now. Oh, I might as well head back to the Fleuve Cendre then. We'll need to come up with a whole new game plan.
Paimon will join you, 'cause this is kinda all Paimon's fault.
那我也一起去吧。
Guys, it's fine. You don't need to worry about it. That said, if you were planning to visit the Fleuve Cendre anyway, let me take you out for a meal. I'll make sure it's a proper feast. A really famous chef just joined the Spina di Rosula's tavern. Her name is...
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to apologize for the scene you witnessed just now. We shouldn't subject our customers to that. This is a small token from us. It's some candy from Monica. She asked me to make sure it was delivered into your hands.
Monica's the one apologizing? Huh. Clearly Savannah is the one who owes an apology.
Our head chef has been a little highly strung lately. Sorry for everything.
派蒙别让人为难做了，我们收下了。
All right. Since there's candy, Paimon will drop it. Now,
Thank you for understanding. We'll make sure to pass your feedback on to Miss Savannah.
A little highly strung, huh?
看起来店里有这么个主厨，连招待的工作都有压力了。
Paimon doesn't get it. How did someone like her even become head chef?
Well, according to Vermont's family, she hasn't always been like this. But that's a story for another time. Let's try this candy.
那你还是这么喜欢甜食啊？
Paimon totally gets it. Come on, dig in! Huh? Hold on, there's something written on the wrapper. Find... Escoffier?
去找艾可菲。
Escoffier? Could this mean...
Huh? You know that name, Navia?
Yeah. Let's stick to the plan and go back to the Fleuve Cendre for now. That's where we'll find Escoffier anyway.
So, who is this Escoffier anyway?
Well, for starters, she used to be the head chef at the Hotel de Bourg, before Savannah. She recreated the legendary Gâteau de Bourg and restored the restaurant back to its former glory. Safe to say, she's the most renowned head chef in the Hotel de Bourg's history, after the culinary genius Modeste himself.
莫德斯特。等一下啊、我的封单啊，在这。
Gâteau de Bourg. That's the super exclusive cake that they only sell a few slices a day, right? Wow. Why the heck would she let Savannah take her place?
Imagining things? Or is all this standing making me dizzy? The people here really need to get more sunlight. Am I imagining things? Or is all this standing making me dizzy? The people here really need to get more sunlight. imagining things? Or is all this standing making me dizzy?
Well, apparently, the Hotel de Boer was reported for a safety incident. Someone claims that the kitchen was adding an illegal substance to their menu. But none of the chefs had any idea how it could have gotten into the food. In the end, Escoffier decided that as head chef, she should take responsibility, and she was sent to the Fortress of Meripede.
The Fortress of Meripede?
有什么好大惊小怪的？我们不也偷吃蛋糕进去过吗？
Well, you're right. The quantity of the substance they found was fairly minimal. Even the guards believed the whole thing was probably just an accident. Escoffier didn't have to stay in the fortress for long, but still, by the time she returned, the role of head chef had already passed to Savannah.
So that's what happened. Paimon still thinks it's really unfair.
Even though Escoffier is no longer head chef at the hotel, she's still well respected by the staff. So, I'm guessing what Monica wants is for us to convince Escoffier to try and negotiate with Savannah on the staff's behalf.
Oh, Paimon gets it! Monica wants Escoffier to come back and kick Savannah out. It's simple. If the new head chef is stressing everyone out, then the solution is just get the old one back.
Well, about that...
You thought cream of mushroom soup was ready to serve after 3.5 minutes on the stove!
Yeah.
You'd have had more sense serving hot water with ice cubes.
冰镇白开水。
At least then, you wouldn't have wasted all this perfectly good cream and mushroom! What do you say, Hilaire?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Cream. I'm sorry, Mushroom.
As you can see, Escoffier is that kind of chef as well.
破的大发明店能开到现在也真是不容易。
You have to leave it on the heat for long enough to allow those flavors the chance to come out. Don't be fooled by the aroma when the water first starts to boil. Got it?
你跟食物道歉。
Yes, Chef.
Then go back and do it again. The customers are still waiting. Remember where you went wrong and don't repeat the same mistake twice.
Yes, Chef.
Excuse us,
Waiting to be served? Sorry, we're pretty busy. I'm afraid you have to join the line.
Oh, no, we're not here to eat.
So you're not paying customers? Then I'm afraid the wait will be even longer.
It's hard to talk to Escoffier when she's in the zone. Let's take a seat. We can catch up while we wait.
这一局安安呢？
You thought cream of mushroom soup was ready to serve after 3.5 minutes on the stove! You'd have had more sense serving hot water with ice cubes. At least then, you wouldn't have wasted all this perfectly good cream and mushroom. What do you say, Hilaire?
哇，这里什么时候变这么多人了？
Looks like the rush hour is finally over. Is it always this busy here?
好，拜拜。
These days, yes. I'd say business has tripled since Escoffier joined as temporary head chef.
他没回饭店吗？
Well, in her words, the Hotel de Boer doesn't need her anymore. It doesn't look like she's got any plans to go back.
I guess I'll be heading off then.
Wait, take these home with you. We can't serve them now, and there's no sense in letting them go to waste.
Oh, thank you, Chef.
For what? Like I said, I just don't want them going to waste. Oh, and tell Fiamma to get well soon, so you're not running yourself ragged every single shift.
Fiamma. That's the second time we've heard that name. Who is that again?
He's the chef that fell ill from stress. Hilaire is his son. And with Mom stuck at home taking care of Dad... he decided to pick up some work to help pay the bills. Escoffier knows their situation, so she's been making some extra food every day for him to take home.
Hey, I heard that, Navia!
他的眼睛好像有底层有一个史莱姆。
I've told you before, no one's making extra food. Hilaire is making blunders in the kitchen, and I can't serve his failed dishes, so he might as well take them home.
Yeah, failed dishes that just so happen to be nutritionally complete every single time.
So, you two must be the world-famous traveler and her companion, Paimon, yes? Is there something I can help you with?
Oh, so you know us already. We'll skip the introduction then. We're here to talk about Savannah.
既然你收留了伊莱尔做打杂，你也知道沙凡娜的现状吧？
Oh, I certainly am. The Spinas' headquarters are right next to the tavern. And I've lost count of the number of times Navi has come to pester me about it. But I don't work for the Hotel de Boer anymore. And being ex-head chef doesn't give me the right to interfere with that business. Besides, I'm the one who persuaded Savannah to take the job in the first place.
What?
Well, she was a much gentler person back then. A little timid, even. She wasn't at all confident that she was the right fit for the role.
That's hard to believe. Are we definitely talking about the same Savannah here?
Honestly, I do wonder if she's just emulating me. I mean, I'm not the most pleasant head chef to be around either. Anyway, suffice to say that given the history between us, it'll be tricky for me to tell her she's doing her job wrong without coming across like a huge hypocrite. Fiamma and the others probably think that Savannah gets it all from me.
I wouldn't be so sure about that, Escoffier. Look at this note we got from Monica.
She mentioned me.
Whatever shortcomings you feel you have, it looks like Monica still trusts you. As for the others, well, how can you know what they think unless you ask them?
Monica.
Plus, it's not like we're asking you to storm in there and raise hell. We're only in the initial phase of our investigation. All we're trying to do is get the other chefs to open up to us.
Oh, Monica. Oh, Monica!
Escoffier?
I can't believe her! Powdered sugar is supposed to be applied sparingly. Look at all that on the wrapper. It's thicker than the sole of my shoe.
Wait.
Unbelievable! I won't stand for this. She has to learn. Come on, we're going.
Wait, so now she's,
等一下，他走路生气的姿势。不管是用什么借口，至少他说服了他自己。
Let's go catch up to her. We don't want to keep her waiting.
You're most certainly correct, my dear.
People here really.
重返波特大饭店。
Wait, she looks like... Is that Escoffier?
Escoffier's back? Yes! I've missed her cooking!
I was just saying, Hotel de Boer is nothing without her.
You can't match Escoffier's talent.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I messed up your order.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Maybe the taste is a little off, but if you hadn't brought it up, I don't think I would have noticed.
But please, you have to forgive me or Chef is gonna... Okay, I know. I'll kneel before you.
对，不行不行，这给客人的印象太差了吧？来，小夏安安。
What the heck?
Get up, Monica! Can't you see that you're just making your customer feel more awkward?
Escoffier?
If you want forgiveness, then do what any self-respecting chef would do. Make the dish again. And this time, get it right. You cannot go begging your customers to feel sorry for you.
Savannah said that I'm not allowed back in the kitchen until I've corrected my mistake. But if I can't go back into the kitchen, I can't do the dish over.
That's some backwards logic. How can you fix your mistake without being allowed to cook? If this is what Fermat had to put up with, then no wonder he had a breakdown.
We apologize for interrupting your meal, sir.
It's fine. With my layman's palate, it's not like I can tell the difference anyway. I was actually quite enjoying my meal until she appeared out of nowhere and started apologizing. Gave me a bit of a fright, to be honest.
Oh, well, it's because Chef Savannah tasted a bit of the leftover soup from my pot and then threw me out of the kitchen.
Gosh, that's pretty strict. Has she always been that way? I don't recall things being like this when Escoffier was head chef here. I gotta say, you're all looking a little worse for wear these days.
I mean, Escoffier was strict too, but I think the difference is that her criticism was more constructive, so you knew what you did wrong and how to improve, and we all knew that it came from a good place. Chef Escoffier was hard on us because she truly wanted us to reach her level. But these days, whenever we make a mistake, we just get told to wake up, get your head in the game, or just do it again.
戈登吗？艾可菲比较像戈登。
And it's only gotten worse since word got out that Chef Escoffier had started working again in the Fleuve Cendre.
Monica, you don't need to call me chef. I'm not the boss here anymore.
Yeah, but through no fault of your own, what happened back then? That wasn't on you, and all of us know that. That banquet was a huge event, and so many staff were involved every step of the way. With so many moving parts, there's no way of knowing how that Lumiline ended up in the food we served.
Lumiline? What's that?
A new drug from the Fontaine Research Institute, produced from an extract of the Lumitoile. Apparently it sharpens the senses, so they used it to treat people with impaired responses to stimuli.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about that. They found out you can use it as a flavor enhancer since it stimulates the taste buds. Makes things pretty addictive.
They also found that overuse can have mood-altering effects, and even lead to nerve damage. So it quickly ended up on the guard's list of controlled substances. Unfortunately, however, some food products containing the additive had already made it to the market by the time the guards banned it from the restaurant industry.
Everyone knows that in all likelihood, someone probably just purchased a batch of contaminated ingredients by mistake. But you took all the blame. We all know why. You just didn't want to see this turn into a place where tensions are constantly running high, because everyone's suspicious of each other all the time.
可以露美背吗？哦，他露的可凶了。
And now look at you, a fry chef in the Fleuve Cendre.
给灰盒，给灰盒证明一下。
What are you trying to say? Sure, the Spina's Tavern is no Hotel de Boer, but come on. It's not that bad, is it?
Oh, the Fleuve Cendre, you say? Great. That's where I'm dining from now on.
Monica, I'm very happy with my current job. And there's no changing the past. We just have to let bygones be bygones. Besides, at the end of the day, I was the head chef, regardless of whose mistake it was. Ultimately, the responsibility lay with me.
If only Savannah was half the boss you were.
I'm sorry? Do you have a problem with my conduct as head chef?
No, chef.
So, you do remember who's boss? Escoffier? I thought you'd left this place for good. What are you doing back here?
What happened to you, Savannah? Why are you acting like this? When I turned this place over to you,
You made me the head chef and gave up your right to tell me how to do my job. You're not the boss here anymore, so stop acting like you own the place.
Whoa. Sounds like someone has a chip on her shoulder.
这里是不是该先避避？
Oh, Savannah! My God, have you grown a temper since I last saw you? Have you put even half the amount of energy into improving your cooking skills, or are you still using the Pluie Lotus as an off-brand marcotte, thinking no one can tell the difference?
That's none of your business!
What happened to not storming in and raising hell?
Ho ho! I was not expecting to see something this spicy as soon as Escoffier returned.
喂，老板，你不是老板吗？
Huh? Fan Asian?
Aye, miladies. Might I make a humble suggestion? Given that we have ourselves a tête-à-tête between chefs at the Hôtel de Bord, I dare say it would be de rigueur to settle this the traditional way.
The traditional way? That can only mean one thing.
这次又是什么新设定？
Aye, miladies. Might I make a humble suggestion? Given that we have ourselves a tête-à-tête between chefs at the Hôtel de Bord, I dare say it would be de rigueur to settle this the traditional way. That's right! I'm talking, of course, about the tradition established by Modeste himself. The cooking contest!
According to legend, the founders of Hôtel de Bord, Modeste and Savelli, used this method to resolve all of their disputes. Everything from petty arguments over next week's menu to disagreements over the strategic direction of the restaurant. The cooking contest would decide who had the final say.
你也太清楚了吧？你不就是只是一介食客吗？
Huh. Sounds like they had a lot of free time on their hands.
Ah, well, it might sound that way to us. But in fact, the cooking contest played an enormous role in motivating chefs to hone their skills, reaching new heights of excellence in the culinary arts. And indeed, the reintroduction of this institution in recent years has surely been instrumental in transforming the Hôtel de Bord into the top-ranking restaurant in Fontaine.
Reintroduction? Someone brought it back? Who?
What say you, Escoffier? Surely you of all people won't back down from this challenge. It was you who put the rule in place after all.
果然是你啊。
Sure, I reinstated it, but I'm not a chef at Hotel de Boer anymore. Isn't this bending the rules a little?
I see no issue as long as both sides agree to the terms. We could simply treat it as an exhibition of sorts. Savannah, any objections?
Exhibition. Huh. If we're going to battle it out, let's put it all on the line. If I lose, it's up to you what happens to me.
I don't want anything to happen to you.
But if you lose, you hand over the Codex de Boer to me.
What? The Codex de Boer?
我的大秘典是什么？
Only the legendary handbook written by the original head chef Modeste. It contains all his secret recipes, including Gâteau de Boer. It's the greatest treasure in Fontaine's culinary world. And only the present and former head chefs of the Hôtel de Boer have the right to read it.
Present and former? Wait, but that already includes Savannah, though.
What do you want that old thing for? You have your own copy, don't you?
Don't take me for a fool. You know perfectly well what I mean. I want your copy, the original version, the one you took with you when you left us.
I'm sorry, I must be missing something. You know, there's no difference between the original and the copy, right? They contain the exact same recipes.
Stop trying to change the topic. What's wrong, Escoffier? Scared you're gonna lose to me? Or are you scared of me getting my hands on the original codex?
Savannah, you may remember that we gave her the original as a parting gift, to thank Escoffier for her years of service. Asking for it back feels a little,
Oh, I'm sure it won't be an issue, as long as both sides agree to the terms. Those were your words, weren't they? And as for the contest itself, let's make it a bake-off. Gâteau de Boer, per the recipe in the codex. Well, Escoffier, you against me. Are you in or out?
You sound surprisingly confident. Alright then, let's see how much you've actually grown. I hope you surprise me, Savannah. I'd hate to find out that all you've learned after this long is how to chew people's heads off.
Believe me, I'll show you.
Escoffier, are you sure this is a good idea? You accepted her terms a little hastily.
Oh, it'll be fine. Let's head back to the Fleuve Cendres so I can get prepping.
I can't believe I got to witness that firsthand. I only stopped by here for a quick meal. I definitely got my Mora's worth today.
太乐观了吧
I do apologize. This whole ordeal reflects rather poorly on us.
他说你不是老板吗？
I'm afraid it's not quite that simple. The Hôtel de Bord runs as more of a partnership, you see. It was founded by two friends, Modeste and Savelli, and it's been that way ever since. So, while I am technically Savannah's boss, it's not really my place to interfere with the business of the kitchen. To be perfectly honest with you, that's part of the reason why I suggested a cooking contest. If Escoffier wins, it would be the perfect opportunity for her to talk some sense into Savannah. Or, of course, if she wanted to return, then... but anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Whatever the outcome, this contest will hopefully serve as a turning point for us. Please, pass on my best wishes to Escoffier. I must say, Savannah surprised me with her confidence. Does she really believe she can best Escoffier in the kitchen? I thought she was just blowing off steam when she first raised the idea to me.
When will Lenny and Lynette do another show?
So, this whole bake-off thing kind of came out of nowhere. Was it really sensible to just go along with it?
Well, I got a sense that she's holding something back. But we chefs always express ourselves in our cooking. So if she won't talk, this might be the best way to find out what's really going on with her.
Huh? Holding back? Sure didn't sound that way to Paimon.
Escoffier only picked up on it because she's the same way. Always closed off, never letting you know what she really thinks.
That's patently false, at least where your macarons are concerned. I've been nothing but truthful with you about the disgraceful amount of sugar you use.
Okay, that's one case where you can keep your thoughts to yourself.
那本坡的大秘典又是什么？
Oh, that? Well, it's not so much a recipe book as a diary of Modeste's adventures. Back in the day, he and his good friend Savelli explored far and wide, partly adventuring, partly looking for new ingredients and developing new recipes. Their creations had an enormous influence on the course of Fontaine cuisine, turning it into a much more vibrant and diverse scene. For instance, legend has it that the original Gâteau de Bourg was made using a special secret ingredient that Modeste discovered on one of his adventures. So rare was the ingredient that they could never make more than 16 slices of the cake per day. But everyone who tried it claimed that it was one of the most blissful and invigorating things they had ever tasted. Modeste and Savelli went on to found the original Hôtel de Bourg, which catapulted them to stardom in Fontaine's culinary world. Especially Modeste. He was hailed as a once-in-a-generation genius, and over time, the recipes from his adventure log became known as the Codex de Bourg.
Ah, Paimon's heard this kind of story before. Armed with the Codex, the Hotel de Boer took its rightful place as the finest restaurant in the land, serving those recipes for centuries to come. Something like that?
What? No, of course not. Cooking is a constantly evolving art form. How could any restaurant survive if they only served food that was popular last century? Anyway, never mind centuries. Sibeli and Modeste parted ways not even 10 years after their rise to fame. Then, Modeste passed away while he was still in his prime. And that was it. The end of the Hotel de Boer's heyday. It fell into decline, and for most of its history, it was just a nondescript place with a couple of cheap tables. Even then, it still took numerous relocations and changes of management before we finally ended up with Vanigem and the restaurant we have today.
Oh! So the Codex really isn't all that, then. Paimon figured it was like one of those mystical books they have in Liyue's martial arts novels, where the main character learns all their secret powers from.
Yes, well, that's fiction, and this is reality. You can't meet the tastes of modern diners by following some ancient recipes from a dusty old book.
Case in point. Even the Gâteau de Boer they sell now is actually Escoffier's reimagination.
Wait, really? Why though? Didn't that recipe make it into the Codex?
It did, but like I said, it's the dusty old book now, and the records aren't as legible as they once were. Not to mention that there's no way of finding the secret ingredient Modeste wrote about. So, reimagination is right. I consulted some historical records and took what I could from the Codex. But ultimately, the Gâteau de Boer of today is my own recipe. As for why we gave it the same name and kept the tradition of only selling 16 slices a day, well, you've got Vanigem's business sense to thank for that.
Oh! Huh. Well, that kind of takes all the mystique out of it.
Hey now, it might not be the original Gâteau de Boer, but it's still the most delicious cake in Fontaine today. And who knows, maybe Escoffier's version is more suited to your palate. Just think, if the original truly was the perfect cake you're imagining it to be, there's no way the recipe would have been lost to history, right? Not to mention that the Hotel de Boer never would have fallen into a slump.
Anyway, before I left my role as head chef, I made a copy of all the recipes from the Codex, including my own improved versions, and turned them over to Savannah.
So why is she so interested in the original copy? Could it be a symbolic thing? Like, whoever holds the original Codex de Boer is the true head chef?
Well, it was clearly precious enough to give to Escoffier as a parting gift. Meanwhile, Savannah only got a copy. Maybe from her point of view, it's like management doesn't truly see her as being worthy of the role.
You think so? The only thing is, it was her suggestion to gift me the original in the first place. Well, a joint decision by her and Vanigem. But still.
What? Huh. Guess she's had a major change of heart since she became head chef. Yeesh.
Who knows? We could speculate forever. Better to just let our gâteau do the talking.
怎么用料理对话呢？你这个天天用打架来对话的人，居然问出这种话，你对吗？
It means besting her in this bake-off, and then getting her to explain herself, even if I have to beat it out of her with a spatula.
赢过他，然后按着他的头说他的意思说清楚，这么直接。
However much she's changed since we worked together, I believe that she still has her chef's pride. And if she respects the art, she'll respect the outcome of our contest.
Well, I'm confident that you and your spatula can get justice for Froment. All you need to do now is win the contest. But that should be a breeze for you.
let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Gâteau de bourg is very complicated to make. Usually, it takes 3 chefs working in tandem to cover everything.
Ow.
Now, if I had to push it, I could probably do the work of 3 chefs myself. But I'd prefer to play it safe if I can find a couple of assistants in time.
Well, that's easy. The 3 of us are veterans in the kitchen. You just need to pick 2 of us.
Well, I have heard the Traveler is an accomplished cook, as well as a warrior. But be warned, I will hold you to exceptionally high standards.
海王，不要把我推出去啊！爸爸过来吧。
Oh, count me in too. I've spent weeks perfecting my macarons after your scathing review. Even if it means competing against the Traveler, so be it. I'll show you what I'm made of.
Confident. I like it. Alright, let's start with some elementary mise en place. Show me your knife skills.
难道是之前那个玩法吗？不对啊，好像不太对劲呢。
I've always called it chopping stuff up, not mise en place. But it's basically the same thing, right?
Oh, Navia. The difference in your case is that mise en place is chopping stuff up without sending juices flying all over the kitchen. Looks like you found that easier than I expected.
Yeah, thankfully it was pretty straightforward in the end. You made it sound like we'd be carving statues out of fruits or something.
Well, brace yourself, because the next step is anything but straightforward. I'll be using this cold press to extract flavor compounds from the ingredients.
这是什么？
A kind of special food processor I got the Fontaine Research Institute to make for me. It uses cold temperature extraction to isolate the essence of cooking ingredients, which can then be used to flavor dishes more precisely. But this isn't exactly standard kitchen equipment, so that probably didn't make a whole lot of sense. Let me give you a demonstration instead.
短按释放元素战剂，可以加速冷却。
Custom-made equipment from the Fontaine Research Institute, huh? That's some pretty high-tech food prep. Paimon's never used anything this weird before. Cool. Not weird.
And done. These are the flavor compounds extracted from our ingredients. I've processed all the fruit you chopped up earlier.
Wow! Even the smell is so much more concentrated. What next? Do we add all this stuff in?
Absolutely not! Throwing everything in at once will ruin the balance of flavors. We have to go slowly and carefully to calibrate the exact flavor we want. I'll demonstrate again. Now, watch closely.
来学习艾可菲引以为傲的标准精准料理吧。经过加工之后，会得到风味物质来调节风味，使得果香达到平衡吧。
Slowly and carefully. Not a drop too much, and not a drop too little.
调味完成，为什么有？为什么？
And voila! Now it's your turn.
各自完成了调味工作。
Not terrible. Considering this was everyone's first time blending flavor extracts, it could have been worse. But the Traveler's work was surprisingly good. Are you sure you've never done this before? You got almost perfect results on your first try.
找当做冒险谜题来解。
Oh, well, they do say adventurers are multi-talented folks. Now I've seen it firsthand. Alright, now for the part I've been looking forward to. I want each of you to cook something from the Hotel du Bois' current menu. I'll judge your submissions and give you a final score.
综合考评。
That's right. The true test of your cooking skills is the finished product. It'll be good practice for the contest itself. Now get to it. Chop chop! How's it going? Have you picked a dish yet? Choose wisely. I expect you to present the most delicious thing on the menu.
刚好这个有很多，那就来给你这个好了。
Look at that! With the grace of a snow-winged goose, as I like to say. Now, let the grating commence.
Pretty good, right? Not to brag or anything, but Paimon's a bit of a connoisseur when it comes to la food.
6 points.
What? Oh, well, fair enough. Paimon doesn't cook all that often, so as long as it's a pass.
哎，你居然也参加了
？That's 6 out of 100.
6分。
That's 6 out of 100.
这个分镜。
You say you're a connoisseur, but it's quite clear from this dish that you have far more experience consuming food than creating it. By that logic, I suppose you think listening to Lady Farina on repeat every day would make you an opera singer.
啊，鸡蛋碎了。
Me next, me next. I'll have you know that this batch of macarons has 2 whole tablespoons less sugar than my previous ones.
2勺。
So you went from 12 tablespoons to 10? Well, it's nice to know you actually measured it out. Because it tastes like you just threw in whatever was left in the jar. 6 points.
所以从12勺变成10勺，你不说，我还以为糖罐里只剩下那么一点。
Aww.
真严格啊，不对吧？10勺本来就怪怪的吧。
Now to the final dish.
So, what do you think?
This is our last hope.
8 points.
Darn! That's barely higher than what we got.
Not exactly. The color is spot on. Beautiful aroma. Excellent presentation.
哦，你居然也是 V 字水。
I have to give this one 8 points out of 10. Maybe even 9 points.
变成10分制了。
How did you pull that off?
是帮你做菜练出来的。
Don't get me wrong. There's room for improvement. But still, this is clearly the work of an accomplished chef. I can tell that you've put many hours of work into honing your skills in the kitchen. I can really taste the grace of the snow-winged goose in this dish. The traveler's journey, with all its trials, tribulations, and setbacks. Not to mention the frustrations of having a picky eater for a partner.
Hey, you made that last part up! No way did you taste that!
Well, it looks like I lost fair and square. I guess you'll be taking the Traveler as one of your assistants then?
But if it takes 3 chefs, that still leaves 1 slot remaining. Maybe Paimon and Navia should keep practicing and see how it goes?
Chef Escoffier.
就你了。
Oh, it's Hilaire. What brings you here?
I heard the news about the cooking contest. You're doing gâteau de bois, right? I was just wondering if you needed any help.
Huh. And you think you're up to the task, do you?
Oh, no, I know I'm not there yet. It's actually my dad who wanted to help.
哦，你复活了。
Firma, last I heard, you could barely get out of bed.
Chef Escoffier, Navia, Traveler, thank you all so much for everything you're doing for me and my family. I've had enough of sitting around at home while you run yourselves ragged. If you let me, I'd like to help you win this cooking contest.
你的身体没事了吗？
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
Don't you worry. I'll be fine. I'm feeling much better now. I'm sorry. I know I've been rather useless these past few days, but not anymore. The fact is, I'm a fine chef, despite recent events. I've proven myself in the Hotel de Bois kitchen, so if anyone's qualified to work under Chef Escoffier, it's me. I think. I mean, I hope so.
Firma, have you even set foot in a kitchen since leaving Hotel de Bois?
I have not. But I'm fully rested now. I know I can handle it. I'll prove it. Let me whip something up for you right now.
为什么总觉得更像是得病啊？
Huh? That's strange. Why are my hands shaking?
What do you call this, Firma?
I can't seem to grip my knife.
Do it again! Again! Again!
I...
Hopeless. Get out of my kitchen yesterday.
天哪，我还不赶快去到把瑞希请过来。
Dad, what's wrong?
I don't understand. I was feeling so much better, and then Will I never be able to work in a kitchen again?
Dad, talk to me. What happened?
I think the real issue here is not physical exhaustion, but psychological trauma.
Monica, when did you get here?
连我也没留意到。
Probably because you were all concentrating so hard on your cooking. I didn't want to interrupt your flow. But anyway, Firma, I'm so sorry. If only I'd known how serious your situation was, I would have stood up for you sooner.
You have nothing to apologize for, Monica. During those long nights of redoing every order, you were the only person who looked out for me.
Oh, come on. All I did was make you some tea. I doubt it was much help. Savannah was so ruthless toward you. I probably should have brought you something stronger.
She sounds like the worst. All right, another Savannah horror story. Let's hear it.
She's been getting harsher and harsher on us ever since she heard about Escoffier's new role in the Fleuve Cendre. Seems like no matter what we make, she'll find something wrong with it.
What is this? It looks like a dog's been at it! In the trash now!
Then she orders us to redo the dish again and again, but we never know what's going to make her happy.
赵小安，
Do it again! Do it again! Do it again!
Every time you remake it, you just get another earful from her.
Either straighten yourself out, or get out of my kitchen!
So now, it seems like just picking up a kitchen utensil gives me flashbacks of her yelling at me. The more I want to get it perfect, the more my hands shake, and the more scared I am of making another mistake.
How can you give up so easily, Fiamma? You weren't a quitter when you were working for me. And even under Savannah, you talk about working late into the night trying to perfect your dishes. That says to me that you still hadn't lost that determination to prove yourself. What?
I don't know what's come over me. When I think back, I just remember feeling like my heart and my hands were growing heavier and heavier as the shift went on. Each time I had to redo a dish, my heart sank a little further. Maybe Savannah was right. Maybe I am just hopeless at this.
Dad.
I see. Well, it sounds like there are some deep issues at work here. Ones that won't be resolved by merely seeking compensation. I will win this contest, and after that, I encourage you to approach Savannah and talk this out.
But what if you can't find another assistant in time? Clearly, I'm in no state to help out.
You think being one person short will ruin my chances? Let's not forget, I taught you and her everything you know. Even if I had to go it alone, I would present the perfect gâteau.
Oh, well, Paimon and Nadia will still keep practicing, just in case.
And so will I.
Yeah! And if worse comes to worse, we can always get the Spina di Rosula to put out an emergency call for chefs. There's gotta be someone out there, right?
Actually, I thought maybe I could help. That's sort of why I'm here.
What? Why didn't you say so?
你倒是早说啊。
I was going to, but then... Well, this is the first chance I got.
You do this for us? Thank you so much, Monica.
Alright, fine by me. But aren't you still working for Savannah? Joining the other side seems like a guaranteed way to put your future employment in jeopardy.
I know, but it's alright. I've made up my mind. With the way things are, I can't keep working for Savannah much longer anyway. Unless I want to become the next Firma. I'm done with sucking it up. It's time to try and turn things around. If this cooking contest can get Savannah to see the error of her ways, then I'm sure she'll forgive me for this.
但愿如此。
Well, Paimon didn't think we'd be poaching from Savannah's staff to get our third person, but there you go. Anyway, Monica's a professional chef, so nothing could possibly go wrong now.
Great! Then it's settled. And to congratulate you all on making the team, I propose a Spina-sponsored meal to celebrate.
Spina sponsored? Wait, you mean I'm cooking?
Well, I promised the traveler a feast in the Fleuve Cendre. And I know how much you've been looking forward to it.
Yeah! Feast, feast, feast!
我也来帮忙，就当做是对决前的磨合。
Alright, if you insist, then prepare for some of the finest food of your lives.
艾可菲用丰盛的料理招待了大家。与艾可菲一起烹饪了各式各样的料理，得益于双方的厨艺虽然是第一次合作，但相当的有默契。
That's not a bad idea, actually. Wait, hold on. You need to finesse that further.
被夸了很久，也学到了很多，时间出乎意料过得很快，过得很快，换日了。
That was a dream come true. Paimon never knew Fontanian cuisine could be this good.
I wish I could eat that all over again. It's not often that Escoffier goes all out like this. And it's all because of you, Traveler.
So, this is what Chef Escoffier is truly capable of.
Wow. I don't know if I'll ever be able to cook as good as that.
Why, Savannah? Why?
你在看什么？
Oh, nothing. I was just flicking through the original Codex de Boer. I wanted to see if there was anything I'm missing. Something I hadn't noticed before. That might explain why Savannah's so desperate to get her hands on it. But I can't find anything. It's just some hastily scribbled recipes in between diary entries from Modest's adventuring phase. And most of it's not even legible anymore. The copy I gave her not only has all the recipes in full, but even includes my own private tips and notes from years of experience. Surely that's infinitely more useful than this old thing.
他惦记的东西不是主厨的荣耀吗？
Yeah, maybe. Still, it's just hard for me to imagine that the Savannah I knew would go to all this effort just to make a point.
他是你的朋友吗？
We were. At least I always thought we were. She was a little shy, but meticulous with everything and everyone she dealt with. She made a few mistakes here and there, but she was quick to correct them whenever they were pointed out. And she was always striving to improve as a chef. Those qualities are why I recommended her to replace me as head chef. I never imagined for 1 second that she'd cause Fiamma and the other staff so much grief.
你是觉得自己也有责任？
Well, I mean to an extent, of course. I pushed hard for her to get the role. And the idea that she turned out like this because of me is difficult to come to terms with. I wonder if this is how Modeste felt back when he was writing the Codex.
你这么说起来，那位莫德斯特之前是跟谁分道扬镳了？
Yes, with his good friend and co-founder of the Hotel de Boer, Savelli. The story goes that after Modeste unveiled his Gâteau de Boer and was hailed as a culinary genius, he was admired and adored by all. But his newfound fame slowly drove him and Savelli apart. Unlike Modeste, whose every new creation was an instant hit, Savelli seemed to face setbacks at every turn. Doors that would swing wide open for Modeste would shut in Savelli's face. And with Modeste being whisked off to all manner of functions by his celebrity friends, he had less and less time to discuss the culinary arts with Savelli. People started gossiping about Savelli, and their relationship between the two gradually soured.
那最后他们怎么了？
Everything came to an abrupt end when Modeste, still in the prime of his life and still hailed as a genius, suddenly died from an acute illness.
And that was it. They neither had a decisive split, nor got the chance to properly reconcile. Their story just came to an end. One rumor had it that Savelli actually killed Modeste out of jealousy, even as the latter was hoping to make amends. Unlikely. It's a popular theory, but there's no real basis for it. At least there are no records of Savelli ever being convicted of a crime. Still, beyond a point, there's no way of knowing what truly happened in the past. All we can do is try to make sure the present doesn't quite go as badly.
要查也不是没办法吧？弗妮娜应该知道吧？
And that's why I have to win this contest tomorrow. Then get the truth about everything that's been going on, even if it means cracking her open like a nut. 有你在我放心。You're right about that. Just follow my lead and victory will be ours. Let's hope that Savannah isn't all sizzle and no steak. After all the work we put in, it would kind of be a shame if tomorrow was a complete cakewalk.
I guess I'm finally on the right path.
第试验佐考，怎么这么好吃？
It's cooking contest day! To the Hotel de Boer! Toot sweet!
Did you hear the news? Escoffier's coming back for a cooking contest.
Wait, seriously? Escoffier in a cooking contest? Now that I've got to see!
I don't get it. Why would anyone in their right mind challenge her to a cooking contest?
Mesdames et messieurs, welcome one and all to the Hotel de Boer and to this most exciting of cooking contests.
嗨，郭比安，感谢3个月订阅。
Hey guys.
Savannah, I brought the original copy of the codex you asked for.
Monica? Huh.
In the interests of fairness, this contest will be conducted in a double-blind format. Once the dishes are complete, they will be sent to the back of the kitchen where they'll each receive a label. The labels will be placed out of sight underneath the plates, only to be revealed after the judges have sampled them and reached a final verdict. This is to ensure that no one will know which dish is made by which contestant.
As one of the judges, I promise to be fair and impartial.
When my meal got interrupted yesterday, I never thought this is how they'd make it up to me. Getting a seat on the judging panel is a pretty sweet deal.
你还能当审评审？
Both contestants have taken their positions. Then, without further ado, let the Hôtel de Bord cooking contest commence!
第一层以最小的调味次数达成风味的平衡。用艾可菲引以为傲的标准厨艺制烹饪获得大蛋糕，在接配机和冷萃机获得物质就接配台哦。
Monica, Traveler, it's go time. Let's do this.
Alphonse, Gaspar, get to work! Do not disappoint me.
Looks like our two head chefs are raring to go. Like an oven on full blast, this competition is quickly heating up.
That should be enough flavoring. Now hurry up and balance the flavors.
"简单的算术，这个我可会。
Come on, Escoffier! Come on, Traveler!
So, what do you think?
Escoffier is already on the final step of the recipe. Let's check on Savannah's progress.
I think this flavor profile is still a little bit off.
Enough! Oh, useless! Both of you, make like an egg and beat it! I'll do it myself.
Wow! Is Savannah serious? Can she really make up for lost time working alone?
You can't match Escoffier's talent.
I present to you Gâteau de Bourg. Flavor. That was perfect! We were like a flock of snowing geese, completely in sync, working gracefully and elegantly together. Great work, team!
Time's up! Contestants, please take your dishes to the back.
Huh. That guy was right. You really can't tell whose is whose just by looking at them.
We both made the same dish after all. For all her flaws, Savannah's a talented chef who earned my recommendation for good reason. She wouldn't screw up something as elementary as the cake's appearance.
Whoa! This is really rather good.
Wonderfully soft and fluffy. Beautifully sweet. This is a masterclass in how to make Gâteau de Bourg.
I would give this one at least 9.9 out of 10! Only because there's something about the flavor of the base. It's just a little different from the recipe I'm used to.
Huh? Really? I couldn't tell.
All right, on to gâteau number 2. I haven't had a single bite and already this aroma is a delight to the senses.
I have a feeling that this gâteau will be a gâteau for the ages.
How exciting! I'm gonna dig in. I think maybe someone got a little carried away when they were adding the sugar.
Not just the sugar, it's the flavors too. This is all over the place. Who made this?
It appears the decision is unanimous. This gâteau is far below the standard we would expect.
And Paimon thought this might actually be close. Turns out she can't bake to save her life.
刚刚看他一直在责怪下属。
Something's not right here. Savannah may not be perfect, but no way is she this sloppy.
I can now declare that the creator of the first gâteau has won this cooking contest. Now, all that remains is to turn the plate over and reveal the chef's name underneath.
What? It's Savannah?
No! That's impossible!
Hey, Savannah! You cheated, didn't you? You cheater! What did you do? Oh, you swapped the plates, didn't you?
Well, someone's a sore loser. These cakes went from the oven to the judge's table without me ever laying a finger on them. And everyone here can attest to that. It was Van Gem's staff who labeled them in the kitchen. If you're looking to accuse someone, why don't you start with them?
我倒是有点想法。
Isn't it more likely that Escoffier's lost her edge? Oh, or maybe her assistants let the team down.
You take that back!
Judges, we demand a rematch.
That's enough! What's done is done. As head chef, or rather as team lead, I take responsibility for the dish I served. Whatever went wrong and however it happened, I should have spotted it. Savannah, I didn't think you'd stoop this low just to beat me in a bake-off. What happened to your chef's pride?
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you want the Codex de Boer that much, you can have it.
Escoffier, no!
But you must promise me that you'll apologize to Firma and compensate him for everything you put him through.
It's a little late to be negotiating terms. The contest is over and I won. That means you owe me the Codex, and I owe you nothing.
Look, Savannah, you may have fooled everyone else, but can you really fool yourself? What I'm offering is to accept defeat without looking to expose what you've done. But only on the condition that you promise to stop putting so much pressure on your staff.
Fine. I'll treat this as your final handover of duties from one head chef to the next. So, will that be all, ex-head chef? Or is it—
I didn't mean that to be a scolding from your former boss. Just a word of advice from a fellow chef and a friend. But I don't know if you're even open to input from other people anymore.
I know what I'm doing. I don't need your advice.
Alright, fine. I'm glad to hear it.
哪里怪怪的？
Escoffier!
The Codex de Boer! Finally. Now, at long last, I will succeed.
Escoffier? How could you let her get away with this?
Yeah! The Codex is a souvenir of your time here! Doesn't that mean anything to you?
It's alright. It was just a bake-off, not the end of the world. I'm already over it. Besides, it's not all bad. She agreed to compensate Firma. That's mission accomplished for the Spina. Honestly, if I'd have known that giving her the Codex would solve everything, I'd have just done that in the first place. I mean, why bother with the whole cooking contest? It's such a waste of time and energy.
艾可菲，你的尾巴。他心里其实不好受，但是现在
No. No! This doesn't make any sense!
Huh?
That's it? No secrets, no nothing? I don't believe it! This can't be happening.
Oh, Chef Savannah!
Savannah?
看了密点之后昏了过去。
It's nothing life-threatening. Just a lot of pent-up stress and exhaustion.
Oh, I knew it.
Pent-up stress?
The truth is, however hard she might be on the rest of us, the person she puts the most pressure on is herself.
Yes, there are nights when she makes us redo things over and over into the wee hours. But for her, it's every night. She'll hide herself away in the kitchen, working on new techniques and recipes, and only realize how long she's been at it when we come to work the following morning.
But why? Why would she do that?
Our best guess is she doesn't want to be seen as less of a chef than Escoffier.
And there it is.
Even so, that's no excuse for taking her anger out on the rest of you.
Yeah, and it's definitely no excuse for cheating in the cooking contest.
Huh, about that, we honestly have no idea how she did it. We were focused on our own work the whole time, like she asked.
Leone and Algalia were the ones I tasked with labeling the cakes. I've already spoken to them both. They're at a loss to explain it too.
Not to worry. Come on, join me downstairs. I'll interrogate the guilty gâteau myself.
"审问蛋糕."
Well, how is it? Have you figured out what it was?
Oh, this is aggravated assault on my palate.
I'd rather eat wet cement than this.
Is it really that bad? I made sure to taste test it before it was served.
Oh, relax. This isn't your cake. Savannah never switched the plates. The offending flavors are coming from in between the icing and the cake base, which means someone tampered with it while it was being made. Or in other words, we have a traitor in our midst.
I'm sorry. I was forced into it. It was Chef Savannah. She said if I didn't cooperate, she would...
Calm down, Monica. I've already accepted defeat. And if I wanted retribution, I would have brought this up when the results were announced. Whatever's going on with you, just spill the beans. There's no need to hide it.
I was the one who caused the food safety incident that one time.
Food safety? Wait, you mean the Lumaline incident? So you procured the contaminated ingredients?
I think so. Savannah and I were on procurement that day. I didn't check everything as well as I should have, and so I let contaminated ingredients make it into the kitchen. But I swear I didn't do it on purpose. I had no idea there was an issue with them, and I didn't know it would end up with Escoffier going to jail. But the last thing I expected was for Savannah to use it as leverage to blackmail me with...
This is crazy! So Savannah pressured you into sabotaging Escoffier's cake by threatening to expose your secret if you didn't?
I know, it's terrible. I'm so sorry. I was so scared. The thought of Chef Escoffier finding out that I put her in jail, it made me freeze up with fear. I thought Escoffier would hate my guts if she ever found out, and yet somehow that's ended up in me doing something even worse.
Seriously? All this fuss over a little slip-up?
Huh?
Firstly, it's not like I got a life sentence. I did my stint at the fortress, and now I'm out. And secondly, I had my own reasons for leaving the Hotel de Boer. This wasn't the only factor. So, you don't need to feel ashamed or frightened or anything like that. Any more than you need to add butter when you're pan-searing foie gras.
You mean... you forgive me?
Oh, well, I'm not saying you don't have to take responsibility for your mistakes. You should tell Vanagem to mark down your performance for the past few months. Then do some digging and find out exactly where those contaminated ingredients came from. Sure, you've made mistakes, but now's the time to fix them. Understood?
Understood.
Good. Now, back to Savannah. What about the original codex would compel her to resort to blackmail?
I have my suspicions. Not that I've got any proof to back them up, though.
Ugh. What happened to me?
I've overheard some customers murmuring about how the Hotel de Boer hasn't been the same since Escoffier left. They think our menu doesn't taste like it used to, especially our signature items.
我的大蛋糕.
Now that you mention it, I noticed it during the contest too. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the flavor seems subtly different from how it used to be. But the difference was so small, I'm sure no one would notice it besides our most loyal customers and true dessert connoisseurs.
Still, as head chef, it's easy to see why Savannah would get so hung up on it. So many times I've seen her make the cake base over and over again, late into the night, determined to match Escoffier's version. But something's always slightly off every time.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Never really gave it much thought, though.
Thinking back on it now, it's clear that Savannah's been in a downward spiral ever since Escoffier left.
She wants to prove that she can fill Escoffier's shoes. That's gotta be the reason. But after countless setbacks, she's getting more and more unhinged. And at some point along the way, she switched from doubting herself to doubting Escoffier.
Doubting Escoffier? For what?
他在怀疑密点抄本。
Yeah, it would explain why she was bent on getting the original at any cost. She must have thought Escoffier purposely omitted key details from her recipes when she copied them out. Also, she could retain her place as the #1 chef in Fontaine, the only one privy to all the secrets of the trade.
Oh, for goodness sake. What a stupid idea.
Of course. Then she finally got the codex only to discover that the secret recipes she's been pining for don't exist at all. Seeing how utterly wrong she was must have been a real shock to the system. It probably brought up everything at once. It overwhelmed her, and she passed out.
There's still one thing that doesn't make sense, though. If Savannah had the real recipe all along, how come it tasted different? She might not be on the same level as Escoffier, but surely after like 50 attempts, she'd get it right one of those times.
You'd think so, but geniuses like Escoffier are in a league of their own.
New head chef, you say? What's her name? I don't think I've heard of her before.
I wonder, can the Hotel de Boer keep its edge without Escoffier at the helm?
This tastes different from last time. Is it undercooked or something?
负责手段，我要去拿回真正的密点。
Take this. It's a copy of the Codex de Boer. From now on, you will be its keeper. Don't listen to the doubters. If I say you can do it, then you can do it. Even if you don't believe in yourself, at least believe in me. Hey, did you hear me? Once I'm gone, the restaurant is all yours.
All
this time, I've been blaming other people, but maybe I'm the problem.
I sincerely apologize for putting everyone out. Savannah's awake now, but I don't think she's ready to speak to anyone yet. Let's give her the day to calm down. I'm sure you'll have the chance to talk everything out tomorrow.
In that case, I'll go and update Vermont and his family. I wonder what he'll make of all this.
So, we'll come back tomorrow then.
好的，走吧。
That was a long day. I think I've earned myself a sweet treat when I get back home.
Oh, nice! Macarons? Or are you gonna switch it up this time?
Traveler, how much do you know about the snow-winged goose?
不太清楚。
Every year, they migrate long distances in search of a suitable home. There's always one goose at the front whose job is to lead the flock. Fontaine poets often use the image of that goose to explore the ideas about leadership and genius. They usually imagine someone who's a cut above the rest, a model of perfection. But what those poets don't know is that during a migration, the lead goose is always changing. Once the lead goose shows signs of fatigue, it retreats to the back of the flock and allows another goose to take its place. So the truth is that leadership, with all the responsibilities and pressures that come with it, it's something that everyone takes turns at. But we humans completely miss that fact when we project our own ideas about social hierarchies onto them.
你是在说你和莎凡娜吗？
I guess what I'm saying is, I don't buy into this notion that there's some sort of gulf between normal and genius. Cooking is a science, not magic. Given the same ingredients, same recipe, and same environment, I see no reason why two different people shouldn't be able to create the exact same dish. Of course, some people have a more sensitive palate than others, and some people are just born bolder or more conscientious. But these are all variables that can be accounted for with time and practice. I'd have no reason to expect so much from others if I believed that perfection can only come from the hands of a genius. The only reason I hold people to high standards is because, well, I believe they're capable of greatness.
我不知道这是对是错，但我相信你的坚持。
Okay, I've made up my mind. I'm gonna get to the bottom of why Savannah failed. And come tomorrow, I'll give her the scolding of her life, pointing out all the mistakes she's made along the way. Then she'll finally see the error of her ways. Thank you for your words of encouragement. I'm gonna head to the Hotel de Boer and spend the night investigating. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Genius? Calling someone a genius is just another way of saying I'm too lazy to figure out how I need to improve. It's a defeatist attitude and I won't stand for it.
5点这么早？以冰霜粉饰。为什么我们要到波德大饭店探望埃可菲？好像哪里怪怪的吧？这个词。
Why are we here so early? Our meeting with Van de Gem isn't for a while.
想早点来看艾可菲的状况。
Check on her? Why? What happened? Oh no. Escoffier, are you alright?
好多。
I'm fine. Just need to get some more coffee in me.
你果然没休息。
Huh? What happened to my coffee? Did I really drink it all?
我去准备，你趁现在休息一下吧。
All right. Thanks. I appreciate it.
给小坤。
Well, there's cooking facilities here. Or we could just grab a cup of coffee from Cafe Lutece. But either way, hurry!
Coffee. Strong, bitter coffee beans, transformed through expert brewing and balanced perfectly with rich, creamy steam milk. Wonderful. I feel much better now. Thank you so much, Traveler and Paimon.
Glad to hear it. But make sure to catch up in your sleep when you get the chance.
想知道的事情有眉目了吗？
I think I figured out where the problem lies. Honestly, it's ridiculous. I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
Wait, what investigation? What are you guys talking about?
I'll save it for when everyone else gets here. It's so stupidly small. I can't believe it's caused so much drama.
不过看你身边的废品也失败了不少次吧。
Yes, except my failures were stepping stones to success.
Escoffier, have you seen Savannah?
Huh? No, not since yesterday. Why? What's wrong?
After seeing her home yesterday, we were all a little concerned about how she was doing. So, I dropped by her place early this morning to check on her. Only to find an empty house with the doors wide open. I left Alphonse and the others to keep watch at her home, while I checked the Hôtel de Bord. I'm worried something bad might have happened. If she's not here, then where could she be?
Boss, Escoffier, bad news.
Alphonse? You're supposed to be keeping watch at Savannah's house.
We were, but then, just after you left, we found this stuff in her house.
Oh, looks like a map with a bunch of random places circled. What does it mean?
Wait a second. This feels familiar. I'm sure these places are all connected somehow. Of course! From the Codex! They're all places that Modeste explored on his adventures.
创始人?
Yeah, but I don't understand. The adventure logs in the Codex are too fragmented to be of any use. How come this map shows all the missing details?
The Codex de Bord? Then, this place marked in red out at sea. Could that be the fabled birthplace of Gâteau de Bord?
Seriously? So now she set her sights on finding the original recipe and beating Escoffier that way? Geez, Savannah. Anything to overcome a Gâteau plateau, huh?
Ugh, idiot! Does she have a death wish? Those ruins are thousands of years old.
几千年前。
hold on. There's more. Besides the map, we also found these letters.
6个月前的来信。数月前来信，就是你让幽光素混进来的吧？我知道那天出问题的食材是你负责采购的。要是你那好友知道自己是因为你的失察受罪，他会怎么想？饭店里人会怎么想？所以你也不想让艾可菲知道这件事吧？要烦那主厨。数周前来信，不择手段去拿真正的密点。真正的密点在那本原点里面，你居然就这样愚蠢地把它送出去了，赌斗也好，抢夺也好，去把东西拿回来。对了，你们不是有料理对决吗？没自信赢的话，就让对手输掉不就行了？你手下那个小厨师正好可以派上用场。不久前的来信，你还在犹豫什么？这就是他隐瞒了真正秘方。你以为自己为什么还原不出他的作品，都是因为他怕你盖过他的风头。想象一下，现在店里店外的人是怎么评价你的庸才凡人，永远不可能超越艾可菲的失败者，这一切都是他害的。艾可菲才不是什么圣人，你可不值得他犹豫。
It was you. You let the Lumaline through, didn't you? It sounds like a threat letter. Does this mean that Savannah was responsible for the safety incident? And not Monica after all?
Retrieve the codex by any means necessary. So the cooking contest and the cheating. Someone else was behind her pulling the strings?
She's keeping the true recipe to herself.
Ugh, this is all such a mess. Paimon needs a second to process this. First, we thought that Savannah forced Monica to cheat in the cooking contest. But now, it turns out that someone else forced Savannah to force Monica to cheat?
莎凡娜胁迫了莫妮卡。如果真相是反过来的呢？与此同时，海底某处
You're finally here. Of course. I should have put 2 and 2 together as soon as I read your threat letter. The food safety incident, the demand for a cooking contest, the instruction to blackmail Monica. Even the suggestion that Escoffier was keeping secrets from me. It was all part of your grand plan, wasn't it, Monica?
We should be getting close to the spot marked on the map.
Of all the stupid things she's done, this really takes the cake. The moment we find her, I'm gonna curse the living daylights out of her.
什么？水仙十字院附近？即日欢宴之境，据莫德斯特遗留下的手记所述，此地曾是雷莫利亚的外族士兵聚宴享乐之所。 美酒佳肴已不在，空留杯盘伴尘埃。
Understood. I just have to stand here, right?
哎，我突然想到，好久没让他上。
Sooner we're done, the better.
Hi, 嗨，小木安，好久不见！哇哦！
Whoa! This place looks like an underwater restaurant, doesn't it? Suddenly, the idea of an adventure chef finding secret ingredients makes a whole lot more sense.
辛苦啦，最近好像蛮多人感冒的。
I think Modest's codex mentioned this place. A public bath from the time of Remoria. So yeah, definitely the kind of place that would have served food and drinks.
Oh? Oh.
Huh? Some blubber beasts have come to join the party? How did they get here?
惊叹号！潜下去了。
Oh, they ran off.
看来他们蛮怕生的。
That could be easier said than done. Something's blocking the entrance.
哎，这个我熟。
Well, did Modeste mention it in his adventure logs by any chance? They must have gotten through somehow.
Good point. Yes, that's right. It's coming back to me now.
你还真的翻烂了。
We prepared a banquet for our shy little guests, and as the food flowed away on the current, they broke into a joyous chorus, and the path opened to us.
We have to feed the blubber beasts? With what? There's nothing here besides rocks, romaritime flowers, and lumitoile. See, this is why you should always bring snacks. You never know when you're gonna need them. Now we have to head all the way back to shore and grab some.
There's no time for that. Romaritime flowers and lumitoile will have to do. They may not look appetizing to us, but who knows? They could be blubber beast delicacies.
Wait, we're seriously gonna try this?
收集了海陆花和幽光星星。
A little amuse-bouche.
在那边冲一下热水澡 ，OK。5加2加3。
Blubber beasts or not, are we sure this stuff is edible?
Trust me, they'll love it.
要怎么送给他们？
Oh, good question. If we try to put them in the pool, we'll probably just scare them off again, and who knows how long they'll be gone.
Yes, we can't afford to wait for them to double back. Oh, what was it that Modeste said again? Something about the food flowing away on the current.
肚子胀了一圈。
Wow, it's really singing! It must taste better than Paimon thought!
The tracks turned back again. Oh, so annoying. Yeah.
真的，他居然全部转回去了。
Hey, it's open!
稍早之前，
Hey, give me your water.
Here.
I said your water, the one you just drank out of?
Sure.
All those years slaving away under Escoffier, and then you. Today, it's finally paying off. Not only have I found the ruin that Savelli kept hidden, but I also get to boss you around like my little lapdog. Hey, go scout ahead for me. If we need to do any more blast tunneling, I want to know where to lay the explosives. Did you not hear me? Get going.
Why don't you do it yourself?
Oh, when did you learn to fight back? You're always so compliant when I give you instructions by letter.
That's because you threatened to expose me for the Lumiline incident. I swear, if I'd known what you were planning, I'd never have...
Ha! Don't be so self-righteous. Admit it, you've always been jealous of Escoffier. That's why you lapped up everything I told you. You were terrified of her finding out about your part in the Lumiline incident, and you resented the way her reputation hung over you. So you jumped at the chance to convince yourself that she was the villain, that she deliberately hid her secret recipes from you just to hold you back. It was the only excuse you needed to justify getting back at her. First, idolization, then jealousy, suspicion, and self-deception. That's what this comes down to. It was the same story with Savelli and my ancestor. He offered Modeste his friendship, only to murder him out of vanity. He promised to explore the world with him, only to later destroy all records of their adventures. It's a miracle I even found this place. You have no idea the countless hours I spent piecing it all together. So you see, you're no better than Savelli. If you can't beat him, betray him, right?
I am no Savelli, nor will I ever be.
Oh, put a lid on it. You really think you can absolve yourself of your vindictive and jealous behavior now? Just because you finally realized that Escoffier never kept any secrets from you? You didn't show any remorse when she left, or in the cooking contest. Why start now? You have no right to redemption.
You're right. I don't deserve her forgiveness. But I am done being bullied into submission by you!
Ooh, feisty. But you should watch your tone. Talking to me like that could get you in big trouble.
I somehow doubt that. Since I poisoned both our water bottles.
What?
Ever since I learned the truth, I've been biding my time, waiting for this moment. You've played me like a fiddle for so long, and now this is payback!
But you drank it too!
It's what we both deserve. This is the price we must pay for betraying Escoffier. You'll die here with me, Monica!
You.
What's so funny?
Oh, you're too much. I thought I'd play along for a bit just to amuse myself. You gave a very rousing performance. I saw your dumb plan a mile off. There's no poison in these bottles, just clean, fresh water.
No.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, you know? Did you really think your half-baked plot would fool me? You're a lousy chef, and you make a lousy villain, too. A complete waste of space. No wonder you never amounted to anything.
Everything I ever did was a failure. And now, I failed again, for the last time.
Hey, why don't you try your hand at being a comedian in your next life? You got a good laugh out of me. But now the show's over. You should have just done like I asked, Savannah. All I wanted you to do was scout the ruins for me. But you had your chance, and now it's time to say goodbye.
不是只有老板是超重的法国口音而已吗？其他没有吧？
Stop right there!
Let her go, Monica! We got you surrounded!
Escoffier?
Ugh, looks like I'll have to keep you around for a little longer.
You can't!
Hello.
Stay back if you want her alive! Escoffier and the Traveler. I can't take you both on in combat, but if you so much as flinch, I can end Savannah's life in a heartbeat.
Monica, what are you hoping to achieve by this? You're about to commit murder, and for what? A recipe?
你很喜欢那个老板
A recipe? You chefs are all blinded by your myopic focus on kitchen affairs. Well, some of us actually have bigger fish to fry. Modeste had a secret. The truth behind his so-called genius, the je ne sais quoi factor in his Gâteau de Bourg, and it's right here in these ruins.
老板的口音和帽子，为什么是帽子？
Are you serious? You're here because of a Gâteau de Bourg obsession? You've gone completely mad!
I couldn't care less about the cake itself. No, the real treasure is the secret ingredient that Modeste sourced from these ruins. He and Savelli were fools. A priceless treasure of Remoria in the palms of their hands, and they thought, ooh, this would go great in our cake mix. We're talking about a powerful stimulant that also sharpens the senses. That's no cooking ingredient. It's a groundbreaking drug. That's right, I've done my research. It was a drug that Remoria developed for their war machine. I could make a killing by selling it to the treasure hoarders or the Fatui.
Will you listen to yourself? You're completely delusional.
My eyes are wide open. Just wait till I get my hands on this treasure. You'll see what a fool you've been.
Wait, what's that sound?
这还能搞爆炸？
Just when I thought she couldn't get any crazier. She's lucky the whole place didn't collapse.
让人趁乱逃跑，我们得找别的路。
Uh-oh, Savannah's gone too!
Monica must have taken her. Oh, what a coward. She's only taken her hostage because she knows that she's no match for you.
不过至少能保证莎凡娜是安全的。
That's true. Even if she finds the treasure, she'll need Savannah alive if she wants to get out of here in one piece.
Oh, well, our path's been blocked, so let's look for another route.
当然是走水里啊！你们这群有神之眼的家伙。
The water looks pretty deep here. Maybe it leads somewhere. They were probably awakened by the explosion just now. Alright, Nice Skills 101. Time for some rough chopping.
这个我怎么好像没见过？哎，阅读。依循大条律师什么什么之令，依循至尊、至圣、至善之音律，在此建设……以为了蛮族规划，军师虽是蛮族，亦是战士，以此密宝赐予恩典，诸将士既已得偿口腹耳目之欲，当以100倍之勇气奔赴战场。
Another door? Guess we need to prepare another feast for our guests. A little amuse-bouche.
艾可菲是随时扛着这一台机器吗？刚好6、5、6，对不对？你在原神，你在当牛仔，你又在抢劫。
Up to the freezer.
好，3。
excitement.
啊干，还不是他，除了他之外还没办法用。
A dash of frosting.
啊，好了。都翻肚了。先送你的好，你的路比较麻烦。农场农夫胡子太长不够帅哈。
It seems to really like the texture of Rome maritime flowers. A little amuse-bouche.
哦，不错，5、2 ，OK。你应该懂得，每一个 NPC 都帅到你每天都想要去拜访他。我不懂。我不知道，我最爱的那个 NPC 已经死掉了，你觉得我该怎么办呢？
A dash of frost. Shower me with that. You can't run.
这是什么东西？别的游戏了。这倒是真的了。他是真的死了，没错。
I never knew you could process Lumitwol like that. Alright, I've got to jot this down. Lumitwols and maritime flowers. This could open the door to a whole new world.
Yep, that's literally the plan. Wait, hold on. Which door are you talking about?
为什么我觉得这个图案好像我第一次看到？嗯。怎么还有扎营的痕迹啊？
That's strange. These don't look Grimoirian to me. More like last century Fontaine.
应该是以前冒险家的。
Adventurers from last century Fontaine, huh? Oh, Modeste and Savelli, do you think they camped here?
By the looks of it, this was a one-person camp. They adventured together, but maybe one of them came back alone at a later date.
翻找一下吧。
You really think so?
Trust our adventurers' instincts. We're pros at this stuff, just like you're a pro in the kitchen.
主要是我的经验吧。
Okay, well, the Traveler has more adventuring experience overall, but Paimon's definitely a pro rummager from all those treasure chests.
找到了，在这里。
Darn it! Paimon was just about to show off her rummaging skills.
Huh, no kidding. Are all adventurers so obsessed with journaling? I mean, I guess I take a lot of notes when I'm cooking as well, but I thought that was just me.
因为冒险家的经验。
Anyway, let's find out who was here.
It's been years since I've last visited these ruins.
哦，是你。
It's exactly the way I remember it. This place probably hasn't changed in millennia. Sadly, up above, on dry land, everything is changed. The treasure of Remoria. That's what we used to call it. Modeste was right about its potential. It turned Gâteau de Bourg into a national sensation. Our limited stock of the substance meant that the gâteau could only be produced on a small scale. But this only drove up the popularity all the more. Modeste was right about that too. He was praised as a genius, while I, as the one person who'd ever disagreed with him, was labeled a talentless fool. Modeste tried his best to console me, but I knew better than anyone just how great the gulf was between us. Our conversations grew scarce, and we saw less and less of each other. I didn't fight it. He had new friends and a career of his own. Why invite further disdain by inserting myself where I did not belong? I told myself that maybe one day, when I finally created a masterpiece of my own, I'd be able to face him without shame. Or maybe one day, when I've put these feelings of self-loathing behind me, I'd be able to ask him with a smile on my face, how about we go on one more adventure, for old time's sake? Unfortunately, that day will never come.
So it was Savelli. From the sounds of it, he came back after Modeste had already died.
I always thought it was just a legend. But if it's true, then this must be the place where they found their secret ingredient, the birthplace of Gâteau de Bourg.
In that case, what does that say about the death of Modeste? If it's all true, maybe Savelli really did have something to do with it.
读下去吧。
The taste of Gâteau de Bourg has changed. Modeste was convinced of this, even though everyone swore they couldn't tell. Being the perfectionist that he was, he refused to accept even the slightest flaw in his work. He stopped all sales of the product, locked himself away in the kitchen, and worked day and night, vowing to find out where he had gone wrong. But as he baked and taste tested over and over again, he found he only strayed further and further from the original taste. It was only when he was sipping on coffee one day and realized he could not taste the bitterness that the truth finally dawned on him. What had changed was not the gâteau, but his sense of taste. The treasure of Remoria stimulates the senses, taste included, and invigorates the spirit. In the short term, it offers people the ultimate gourmet experience, but in the long term, it dulls their senses entirely. In hindsight, it made perfect sense. After all, why would a culture that sought liberation from the constraints of their bodies care for the loss of their senses? But we realized it too late. We were just too late. Over the course of his many culinary experiments, Modeste exhausted the remaining supply of the treasure of Remoria. He consumed it all himself. The finest culinary talent of his generation now faced a future in which he would never be able to taste anything ever again. Finally, in despair, he took his own life. And because we had become estranged, I could not be there to stop him, to offer some words of comfort, or even to say goodbye. Yet despite everything, he sent me his final letter.
The treasure of Remoria? Guess Monica was really onto something. It really was a kind of drug.
So, Modeste chose to end his own life. Then, why all the rumors that Savelli murdered him? Also, neither the Codex nor any other contemporary records make any mention of the treasure of Remoria. It's almost as if someone deliberately erased it from history.
Modeste told me everything in his final letter. His was a tale of how even a genius could fail, and how much more devastating it is when it happens. Did he hope I would gain some personal catharsis from knowing the truth? Or maybe he wished for me to warn the public about the dangers of Gâteau de Bourg, proving that I had been right all along. But if the public ever learned how Modeste's greatest triumph became his undoing, his fall from grace would be swift and merciless. 1 minute a genius, the next a joke. What would be his legacy then? How would future generations view everything we built together? I fear the scorn I have faced these last years would pale in comparison to the scorn shown to him by the history books. I cannot let that come to pass. I will do what I must to protect his name. It will mean tampering with his notes to remove the damning details, leaving mere fragments of our story behind. It may lead his family to suspect me of having a hand in his demise. But if that's the price of destroying all evidence of my crimes, then so be it. I would rather the world believe a tale of genius and jealousy than see his reputation in tatters. The final loose end is the evidence here, at the bottom of the sea.
不好，得赶快追上莫妮卡。
Huh? What's wrong? Didn't we say Savannah should be safe for now?
So we thought, but if Monica finds out what happened to the treasure, there's no telling what she might do.
哎，我看到又有一块石碑了。服下点点点的蛮族正逐渐失去部分点点，不必担心，摆脱生血肉之躯的欲望，也是引导他们接受文明的第一步。不愧是你们，雷布利亚，永远不让我失望。
The treasure of Remoria. I have found you at last. Savelli, you tried your best to bury the truth, but you underestimated the children of Modeste. Some fragments of his diary escaped your clutches, and we have held on to them for generations. But I have to thank you too, Savannah. Without your help retrieving the codex, and with it the last piece of the puzzle, I may never have found this place. But now, finally, the secret to Remoria's military might is within my grasp. The treasure of Remoria is mine!
旁边，旁边。
Oh. It's empty. It's empty?
Monica? Oh, we were seconds too late.
Escoffier? What's the deal with that jar?
Savelli's final act! He wanted to conceal the secret of the treasure forevermore and make sure it would never harm anyone again. So he came here after his friend's death and destroyed every last shred that remained.
This can't be happening. All the years I spent piecing together the truth. All my painstaking planning. All that for an empty jar?
Monica, don't do anything stupid. This ruin is more dangerous than you realize.
Oh, shut your pie hole!
Praise be to Lord Remus. You barbarian shall be slain.
She's a nutcase! A liability to herself and everyone else. Well, now it's up to us to clean up the mess she's made. Take these golems out!
Why is this place still shaking?
可能被刚才这种应该是之前的爆炸影响的。
Either way, it's all her fault. Enough chit chat. Let's get out of here, Traveler Escoffier. Come on.
Okay, I'm coming.
Oh, no, you don't. If I can't get what I want, neither will any of you. I've got nothing to show for my life's work so far. But if I can take another so-called genius down with me in my final moment, then it was all worth it.
You're a psycho!
Savannah? Oh, When did you wake up?
I may be a lousy chef, but it looks like I'm not a complete waste of space.
别说了，快逃吧！之后的事情之后再说。
Traveler? Okay, let's go.
哎，扛着人离开啊！啊，遗迹就这样被毁了。做坏遗迹的罪名更让我心疼。好像没什么道理可以讲，毕竟都把一个塔直接弄成了。我好像
Escoffier! Savannah!
Traveler! And Paimon!
Venejem! What are you all doing here?
What did you expect us to do? Stay at the restaurant and sit on our merry derrieres? While the Traveler and Escoffier were out here risking their lives?
We had to do something. Even though that something ended up being, well, waiting for you here instead.
I don't deserve any of you. And I certainly don't deserve to be your head chef. It was my fault Escoffier had to leave. Then I couldn't live up to her standards. I acted like a tyrant in the kitchen. And now I almost got myself killed. Come back, Escoffier. Come and be our head chef again. I'll never be able to replace you.
Okay, so everything I said to you the day I left, it just went in one ear and out the other?
Huh? Sorry, I was kinda in my own head at the time. All I could think about was the Lumiline situation. What was it you said again?
Forget it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I didn't leave this job because of you. And you're not nearly as awful a chef as you think. If you were that bad, why would all your staff show up here for you?
Escoffier's right. Sure, you nitpick our work and get us to do things over a lot. But when it comes down to it, you're the one who's always doing whatever it takes to make sure the customers get served on time, every time.
Things were pretty rough after Escoffier left, and Savannah's the only reason we've been able to make it through.
Our customers know that Escoffier doesn't work for us anymore. But the fact is, they keep coming back. If that's not an endorsement of your work, I don't know what is. At the end of the day, we're all human, and we all make mistakes. All we can do is recognize where we get it wrong and do our best to improve. That's all that's humanly possible.
No, I get what you're saying, but what I did to Fermont and to Escoffier, it's unforgivable.
Well, about that, there's someone else here to see you, Chef.
It's been a while, Chef Savannah.
Fermont? I'm so sorry. I put far too much pressure on you. And the way I stubbornly refused to go and see you after you fell ill.
抱歉，我还蛮在意后面那
There's
个
no excuse.
后面那个我那个挑战没有达到。
I'm too late, aren't I? The damage is done. I heard that you can't even hold a kitchen knife anymore.
虽然不是每一个 NPC 都有法国口音，但这些 NPC 有各种口音，我听得出有波兰、澳洲和墨西哥，我听不出来。
Actually, I think I'm going to be just fine.
Huh? We thought Firmin's problem was purely psychological in nature. But after the threat letter came to light, it got Firmin thinking. And then he remembered the tea that Monica used to give him every night.
墨西哥口音太难了吧
And as it turns out, she was lacing it with Lumaline the whole time.
哦，果然。
No way! Doesn't that cause nerve damage?
It can. High doses pose a risk of serious nervous and sensory complications. But if you calculate the dosage carefully, you can control the extent of its effects. A small dose might simply make a person more emotional, whether that mean more fragile or more hot-tempered.
No wonder it seemed like you'd lost your edge.
I asked my friends at the Fontaine Research Institute about it. They said that with the low dose I was taking, the risks are pretty small. They also fixed me up with some meds and said I should recover in no time.
看来你自信了不少。
Well, that's what happens when you give someone a little bit of hope to cling on to.
There's more. We believe that Firma was likely not Monika's only victim.
You mean she poisoned me too?
Oh, so that's why Savannah's been so irritable this whole time!
英式跟美式的口音之间游走，这也是艾可菲也有这个问题。那他会是什么问题？我觉得还行啊。哎，小海鲜，你是不是打完招呼之后又要去开台了？
Let's not be too quick to blame everything on the Lumiline. That stuff can only amplify what's already there. So tasty food will seem like the most delicious thing in the world, while food you don't particularly care for will become utterly revolting. So you better make sure you reflect on your behavior and apologize to every single person you've wronged.
I will. I'm sorry. There's still one question that's really bugging me. Why is it that no matter what I do, my gâteau de bord never tastes the same as yours?
他已经找到答案了，不是吗？
Is it just... I mean, is it because you're a genius and I'm not?
哦，逼自嘴。
It's because the heating element in your oven is broken, you silly goose.
什么？
What?
就这样。
I felt like something was off during the cooking contest. Once I got around to checking all the equipment, I noticed it right away. There was a half-degree discrepancy between the temperature setting and the actual temperature. All the ovens in the whole kitchen had the same problem, which confused me at the time, but by this point, it's pretty obvious that Monica must have tampered with them. I would have figured it out the day of the bake-off, since the issue affected both our teams. But of course, Monica sabotaged mine so that could never happen.
No. I spent so long trying to find out where I was going wrong, and then you pinpoint the problem in just one night? It all comes back to one simple, undeniable truth.
Oh, cut it out! Stop the woe is me act for a second and just think. I came up with this recipe. You don't think that might have something to do with it? Do you know how long I spent perfecting my gâteau de bord? 3 years! 3 whole years! I know this dish inside out, back to front and upside down. And you've been head chef now for what, 6 months? If that? A couple hundred failed attempts, and you're gonna throw in the kitchen towel and declare you'll never be successful because you're not a genius. You clearly have no idea how many kitchen failures I've had under my belt, or just how long it took me to finally get my recipe to a level I was satisfied with. Genius or not, everyone makes mistakes. Modeste did, Savelli did, everyone does. You're only a lousy chef if you don't face up to your mistakes. Learn from them, and then keep chipping away until you crack the problem once and for all. Surely you haven't forgotten all that. You were no lousy chef back when I handed you the reins.
I haven't forgotten. And I'll make sure I never do.
That's our head chef. Ha ha! Sounds like we won't need another changing of the guard in the Hotel de Bord kitchen anytime soon. Huzzah!
We're descending to a crazy journey. Look how happy everyone is.
你们把一个人留在下面，然后还没有让他去法庭上，然后也不太对吧？ 找不到方向，可是什么样才算找到方向？模仿英式口音，或者是完全走向美式口音，太难辨别了。常见的语助词，没有学法文。
So you got your mojo back now?
Yeah. Thanks to you, Escoffier. In fact, no. Thanks to all of you.
Aw, friends again. So nice to see them finally settle their beef.
我看未必。
Good. So now that's out of the way.
等一下，他脸按了半子，我看得出来，他的脸好像按下来了。
It's time for payback. You cheated in our last bake-off, and I demand a rematch right now.
Huh? But that was mostly Monica's fault, wasn't it?
Right. And also, does it have to be right now? Savannah's only just got her mojo back, and you barely escaped from a death trap.
No excuses. This is a cooking contest between two top chefs, and nothing will stand in its way. So grab your spatula and get ready, because this rematch is happening today, right now, this instant.
Hey, so, this whole time you were salty about losing?
The second cooking contest commences now!
This time, no more games, and no holding back!
泰蒙是属于一个艾可菲的尾巴的延伸吗？我偷加了盲元素进去。
I feel like I don't have the right to be here.
Hey, what are you so afraid of? You can't unbake it now. And if you don't serve it, then good or bad, you'll never find out how to improve. If you're too scared to fail, you'll never know what real success tastes like. So?
Embrace your failure. Taste it. Digest it. That's the way to success.
I don't know. Sounds like it's easier said than done.
I'll do it.
到底要美式还是英式口音很乱呐、那我觉得比起，
The results are in! A landslide victory for Escoffier!
我觉得比起硬是要其中一种口音来说，我觉得乱其实也还行吧。因为我记得是食物语吧，食物语在台湾上市的时候，它有出一个专门属于台湾的角色，我记得是罗帆，对，那个配音他不是台湾人，但他尝试在学台湾的口音，这件事情就还蛮奇怪的，就他听起来很怪。但我觉得还是不要去，我们毕竟也不是那边，我觉得他们迟早还是得，他们对自己的语言有他们的那个尊严这件事情，我觉得这件事情是他们特有的一个状况，但我觉得在某方面来说，他们应该也习惯这种。可能两边会不太平衡的状况吧，因为毕竟要讲的话，为什么他们所有人不能讲原语言，一定要讲英文这件事情，已经算是还蛮，已经是第一个盲点了吧？我觉得。 就欧美人介意的东西，每次都很多啊，皮肤也好啊，各式各样的。
Quite rightly too. Piece of cake.
尾巴看起来很开心呢。
Oh yeah, look at that! Savannah looks pretty chipper too, considering she lost.
所以你不是为了自己赢才提出跟他重赛的吧？
Now, where were we? Yes. Do you have any more questions for me after everything that's happened?
你将来打算怎么办？
I thought Navia would have filled you in. And actually, I said all this to Savannah before I left. Although, as we saw, I don't think any of it sank in. I had 2 reasons for leaving. One was the food safety incident, of course. But the other was that the Hotel de Boer had reached a point where it didn't need me anymore. So I decided to step down and look for new opportunities to improve myself.
Improve how?
Well, a while back, I got to know a fellow chef from Liyue, and in her, I saw so many new possibilities.
还真是毫不犹豫。
She has that same adventurous spirit that Modeste and Sibeli had in their youth. Slime mucus, lizard tails. With her, nothing's off the table.
我怎么好像
There's a whole world of new flavors out there waiting to be explored, hiding away in ingredients we overlook.
你这样脸红，我很害怕。
Case in point, remember those Romaritime flowers down in the ruins? I used them in the cooking contest just now. Did you taste the difference?
那你要不要先去跟那个我们的西格文聊聊？
What? Paimon didn't notice at all.
去改善一下他们的特殊健康料理吧，那紫色的肉。
Half of the art of cooking is dissecting the recipes of previous chefs and figuring out the exact constellation of elements that gave their work its signature taste. And the other half, it lies in freeing yourself from the confines of the kitchen. You've got to go out and explore the endless possibilities out there.
Uh-oh. Paimon's suddenly not sure she wants to try your cooking anymore.
欢迎找派蒙试吃。
Hey!
Don't worry, it's not going to be a free-for-all like in Modeste's time. Before I put anything into my food, I'll obviously do my research, make sure it doesn't contain any harmful substances. In the meantime, take this. It's a recipe for Petit Gâteau de Boer revised version. I tweaked it to suit your needs as busy adventurers.
哦，小蛋糕。
Hope you enjoy, and remember, feedback is always welcome.
我刚才在想说，那大蛋糕，我们平常要带着这个出门吗？
All right! So, do you ever see yourself returning to Hotel de Boer?
Oh, of course. I've already promised Vanisham that I'll come back every once in a while to make sure the quality of the food remains at an acceptable level.
突击检查，沙凡那以后得小心了。
You know, Paimon's still a little disappointed that we never got to see the treasure of Remoria.
你在讲什么傻话？我们不是看过了吗？
Surely Monica wouldn't have gotten drawn in so deeply if it wasn't for all the mystery surrounding the original Gâteau de Boer. She practically dedicated her life to finding the lost pieces of Modeste's diary, then went to all that trouble to infiltrate the Hotel de Boer. And in the end, it was all for nothing.
Since you mentioned the treasure, between Modeste's writings and what we saw in those ruins, I think I may have figured out the truth. The so-called treasure of Remoria was most likely a substance that the Remorians extracted from Lumitoiles, better known to us as Lumiline.
Huh? So then, why all the hype back in the early days of Gâteau de Bourg?
Don't forget, it was a very different era. We could barely even refine sugar back then, so desserts were very much in their infancy. In a world of bland food, it's no wonder that the first thing to really excite people's taste buds took the world by storm. And as for the Lumiline, it may well have been somewhat valuable in ancient times. But these days, it's just another drug from the Fontaine Research Institute. Even if Savelli hadn't destroyed it all, I doubt it would be worth that much these days.
So after all that, there was nothing in those ruins but worthless junk. Feels strange to say it, but Paimon almost feels sorry for Monica. She sacrificed it all only to get nothing in return.
纯粹自作自受。
Hey!
嗯？
Huh? Navia? You just got back from that underwater ruin, right? Well, check it out. They ran a special issue. Did you see anything like this down there? Freshly unearthed from the ruins of Rumoria. A magnificent jar thought to be over 1,000 years old. Experts say it has immense artistic and historical value. It could be worth an absolute fortune.
Wait! Isn't that the jar they used to hold the treasure?
If only it was still in one piece. Some butterfingers must have dropped it or something. Ugh, it's such a shame.
艺术就是这么难懂。等下是有人跟在后面剪吗？怎么这么快？我记得我们刚刚是去哪？应该是这附近吧。哎，找到了。那解任务解一解，看到这个很在意啊。
Thank you for add as
看一下依法的还差多少？还差5个。OK， 大概打2次就够了，之后就可以去存艾格菲的材料了。
Solidify!
Teamwork is Look alive!
Here comes the finale. Step right up.
Gather!
Everybody stand!
A round of applause. And voila!
Solidify!
Buckle up!
Step right up.
Stabilize!
Teamwork is Look alive!
Let's get this show on the road. And voila!
Solidify!
Let's light it up! Let's get it on! I'm going in!
Here comes the finale. Now disappear.
打完这次喝点水吧，是怎样？我也没念太多剧情。
I need to find time to send those Saurian relics for appraisal.
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration.
The biggest one in history.
I need to find time to send those Saurian relics for appraisal.
The biggest one in history.
I need to find time to send those Saurian relics for appraisal.
You'll interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep.
嗯，哦，牙齿还缺。看看哦。我们来试试看，我们用这个队友会不会打得出来？但我觉得会，来一个星光吧。快点，我不想在武器上耗那么多，我之后还要抽斯科克。哎。
Why me? Hi! Fulfill our pact. Time to roll. Hero incoming. Yeah! Oof. Ow, ow, ow. Get to work.
Let's go. Mind your step!
Why me? Hi! Yeah! Suffer the wrath of Eatley! Fulfill our pact! Up and away! Why me? Hi! Yeah! Get to work! Kapow! It's justice o'clock! This is infuriating! You two! Time to end them! How dare you!
Nothing personal!
Coming! Ha! Watch out! Boots on the loose! Show no mercy! Suffer the wrath of Eatley!
Mind the wind.
See Laline! Eat Papa! Get him! Off to the freezer! Up and away!
Mind your step!
Coming! Incoming! Get to work!
Yeah.
You two! Time to end them! A burst of flavor. Show no mercy. Why me? Charge! Throw a boost. Hero incoming. Yeah!
哎，居然打得过哎，自己都觉得惊讶。哎，打得过哎。哎，我记得艾可菲什么？艾可菲要黄金的。哎，那他应该要装什么 ？Oh my god！ 哎，我恨呐。我看看哦，间接冰伤，然后治疗量是攻击力加，所以他应该是攻击力加冰吗？咦，它的元素充能是怎样？充能量是60的，那它好像不太需要充能。看一下哦，黄金系列的在哪？黄金剧场。攻击力为主，不要装这个啊。这个好像不错。OK， 然后在水上。就有点尴尬。治疗量吗？给他加治疗量，还不如让他加攻击。生命、攻击力，我给他装这个。然后这里的话，清除条件，哦，他装冰上杯，他总不会这样也背错了吧？希望不会，哈哈。哎。有没有这么惨烈的东西在？看你怎么加去暴击了？哇哦！问号。
Get to work! Suffer the wrath of the... A dash of frost!
Nothing personal!
Headbutt! Heads up! Hi! Yeah! Yeah! Charge! Show no mercy! You two! Off to the freezer!
Mind the wind! Mind your step! Here!
The pinnacle of excellence! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Hero incoming! Get to work! A little amuse-bouche! Off and away! Why me? Heads up! Hi! Yeah!
啊，我好像是靠瓦雷莎在打的。那个杯还差多少？啊，会有别的问题先。
This route. If you ever
看看哦，不是这个，从这里开始，这里没有，没有，哦，有这个水之国的，换个地点，这里应该够塞吧？你可以的吧？我相信你可以的。太干，点错了。OK， 我们看一下，哦，依法在这。大家只在这里。哎，对耶，刚好只有这边没人。
This is a useful bunch of kit, bro. You should buy a set. You can't go wrong with this if you're looking to raise saurians.
都是实用家具是怎样？买一套吧，养容人的首选。你怎么在推销？
And if you're not looking to raise saurians, then I'm sure Paimon would be right at home here.
你认真的？
That said, what kind of creature is Paimon exactly?
你想这个问题很危险的。
Mind the wind. I like it. You'll only find buildings of this style in the Flower Feather Clan. My own house looks just like this. Don't be fooled by the rounded exterior. It's much more spacious on the inside than you'd expect. Looks like an onion. You really think so?
像洋葱。嗨，艾可菲。
Look at that! Beautiful! It's just like an oil painting. So colorful. Certain colors evoke particular flavors very strongly. For instance, just a glimpse of the blue and green hues of mint in the distance feels crisp and refreshing, while the glossy orange of buell fruit is intrinsically sharp and sweet. Then there's your hair color. Oh, not that I'm gonna gobble you up. I just mean, up close you give off a unique, glorious radiance, both visually and in terms of your energy.
没有要吃的意思。也需要让别人解释这一点，你好像比较奇怪吧？剩下一个应该在室内，啊，问题是室内套装我记得好像已经满了。
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing House. Pretty normal, right?
它应该是波德饭店的那个包装吧？这个，哎，我就知道。先装上来，等下再把它拆掉。
Very meticulous, down to the last detail. This is on par with the Hotel de Boer. A clean and tasteful dining environment can do a lot to improve people's appetite. What's the next step? Ambush some big shot chef and convince them to come cook for you? Wait, hold on. Am I the one being ambushed? Alright, deal. Suits me anyway. Give me a call when you're hungry and I'll whip you up a feast.
被埋伏。用良好的餐厅环境去调一个主厨，然后就哪里怪怪的吧。我们先稍微坐在这里一下，那我们来切换游戏，解个每日。
新年の使者キアナ出撃やっぱり走ったり飛んだりするとおめでとうの時間だよ。確かしアタック精鋭将来つらえほっほっちょっと痛いよ。月が巡ってくるよ。この劇にはあんたが必要だ。令和結構さっそうと登場。ちょっと痛いよ。スタージャンパー僕と共に制限解除。星を落ちて安らかに眠れ。全ては僕の手の中に全地の羽は空を引き裂く。どこを見てるの？蛇使いの技が見たいの？アマチ旋風！助けに来てくれたの？焦らないで。まだ遊び足りないんだ。ふっと耳を澄ませちゃんと聞いてね。やっせいとふっとそれおめでとうの時間だよ。確かしアタック祭りの音で福を招く。この巡り合わせを拒まないで。あの世に行ってらっしゃい。じゃあね。すべては僕の手の中に全地の羽は空を引き裂く。逃がさないよ。元気を出してね。ぐるぐる続きバンバンバンバン。今日のお菓子はお餅にチーズ、チキンにハンバーガー足りる？新年の使者キアナ出撃耳を澄ませちゃんと聞いてね。やっせい蛇使いの技が見たいの？アマチ 劣化新しい明日を灯す。
对。
もう寒い。私はただ。新年の使者キアナ出撃。お待ち。リズムに乗ろう。せいはっそれせいやせい。蛇使いの技が見たいの？アマティ旋風劣化新しい明日を灯す。運が巡って精鋭将来くらえ。おせいちょっと痛いよ。月が巡ってくるよ。この劇にはあんたが必要だ。令和結構さっそうと登場。ちょっと痛いよ。これが星空を一人行くもの。消えて星を落ちて安らかに眠れ。全ては僕の手の中に。全知の羽は空を引き裂く。逃がさないよ。あんたなかなかやるね。一緒に焦らないで。まだ遊び足りないんだ。せいはっふっおめでとうの時間だよ。確かしアタック。
嗨，Fantasy晚上好啊，好像有一点久没见了。
あとはあんただけ。この巡り合わせを拒まないで。もうすぐほんの気持ちだよ。高評価よろしく。
如果有想要400，对，快400追了，有什么想听的东西或者主题的话，可以在这段时间尽量提出来。
スタージャンパーパワー全開。星を落ちて安らかに眠れ。怒らないでね。怒らないでね。危なかった。怒らないでね。怒らないでね。それスタージャンパーパワー全開。早く来て星とともに失われた世界に沈むがいい。よどこを見てるの？ふっそれ元気を出してね。カラジュラ続きパパパパン。今こそ汚れと悪運を払う時。ふってはった巨頭剣行いけ。ほっ逃げられないよ。精鋭将来つらえ。この劇にはあんたが必要だ。令和結構避けてね。ちょっと痛いよ。スタージャンパーパワー全開。安らかに眠れ。全ては僕の手の中に。全知の羽は空を引き裂く。逃がさないよ。あんたなかなかやるね。一緒に。さて大暴れしちゃうよ。ふっとはっおめでとうの時間だよ。確かしアタック。さすがはキアナだね。たくさんの願いを守りたいからね。新年の使者キアナ。今日の新年の使者キアナ出撃。蛇使いの技が見たいの？アマティ旋風。今こそ汚れと悪運を払う時。さっそうと登場。
痛いよ。これが星空を一人に踏むもの。消えて星を落ちて安らかに眠れ。全ては僕の手の中に。全知の羽は空を引き裂く。
どこを見てやる気満々だね。後でここでは私たちが主役なの。あとはあんただけ。影の漫談さあさあお立ち会い。あの世に行ってらっしゃい。じゃあね。
全ては僕の手の中に。
はあやっせいはっやっ
わあ怖い。
やっ焦らないで。まだ遊び足りないんだ。ふっとはっおめでとうの時間だよ。年越しアタック。今こそ汚れと悪運を払う時。運が巡る巨頭兼業。いけはっやっ逃げられないよ。精鋭将来くらえ。この劇にはあんたが必要だ。令和結構避けてね。
ちょっと痛いよ。スタージャンパーパワー全開。安らかに眠れ。全ては僕の手の中に。星とともに失われた世界に沈むがいい。
逃がさないよ。せいはっそれせいや元気を出してね。ぐるぐる続きパパパパレック新しい明日を灯す。ふっとはっ一気にいくよ。ふっせいはっ今日のお菓子はお餅にチーズ、チキンにハンバーガー。借りる？
へえ、面白いわね。いいでしょ。
任せて。かくれんぼしよう。止まらない。準備できました。私と一緒に海に帰ろう。窓ありがとう、レイトさん。絵の中の世界綺麗だから。
耐え難いよ。この夢すべてを知りなさい。目覚める夢よ、消えなさい。急なる名声、
魂の本流止まらない。行って茨を積んで。まだある。高い。この絵の具ちゃんと受け取ってね。いや
焦らない。この夢で全てを知りなさい。無限包囲、終わりが来る。世界に加護を。この王家生物を再現。
かくれんぼしよう。準備できました。止まらない。私と一緒に海に帰ろう。まだありがとう、レイトさん。あなたに絵を描きたい。私の好きな色。
落ち着いて、加護。 プレゼントする。無限包囲。終わりが来る。
任せて。止まらない。準備できました。海の魂よ、命の旋律を聞いて。まだ高い。絵の中の世界綺麗だから、私が変わってほしい。
過去をプレゼントする。
時を鍛えるストリングキャッチ。生死を断絶する。
輪廻転々、無視無獣。
超えさせないわ。
不朽なる
任せて。止まらない。かくれん準備できました。海の魂よ、命の旋律を聞いて。まだありがとう、メイトさん。いやもう F で私に服従しなさい。止まらない。
耐え難い過去をプレゼントする。無限包囲。終わりが来る。
壊れたりしない。世界に数を。
任せて。止まらない。海の魂よ、命の旋律を聞いて。まだ高い。やった。あなたに絵を描きたい。私の好きな色で。任せて。止まらない。
焦らない過去をプレゼントする。とにかくこれは明記すべき経験だったわ。
もう週末だね。任务都完成了。
哦，拍到了森林间的，很努力往林子钻。话说苏珊娜他人呢？完蛋了，钻到不见了。 每个人都拍了一张照。爱想女武神的签名。拍到鱼要出水面的画面，哎，角落怎么有只鸡？那是我们的摄影协助专员。 做完附加题了，在城市里跟一大堆 NPC 打招呼，直到荣誉值满之后再去抢银行，然后减掉了很多荣誉值啊！你的有没有种 GTA 的你是否犯罪了的那种心术的感觉？毕竟同一家公司，有点道理。郊游的照片，这个地方都已经拍到了，感谢你们，不虚此行。哦，镰刀作为采集用具会不会太大了一点？哎，然后他刚好弄坏了而已。GTA 6沿用了《荒野大镖客》的动态和光影引擎，但 GTA 6不是要往后延吗荒野大镖客3开发中，很多地方他们不满意，也算还行啦。可是我觉得这样就是会有一定的疑虑，会变成就是跟魔物一样啊，就是期待越高，出来的东西就越来越容易被刁难。小店已经今天已经打烊了。你不知道我是谁？我跟你素未平生。啊，你可是超一流的师傅。他看上醉得不心善，来者是客。那你要点什么吃？最好的菜。我想讲话要顺畅起来。好，稍等，自己刁难自己，常有的事。这是，哎，你怎么拿到一份周围的地址？然后有一个大大的叉，是藏宝图吗？然后说刚才的那位，但下次寻觅食材的时候顺便去看看吧。新开发部很常自己刁难自己，那他如果刁难是好，怎么讲有好处的话，出发根据。哦，原来已经上线了，难怪他不让我走。放招财吗？ 因为我把画面跳掉的状况下，它就会没声音。然后我只要一切回去，它声音就会炸出来。露露晚安。另外除了 GTA 6，还有很多人在等《荒野大镖客3》出来。《荒野大镖客2》本来就阿星快要放弃的作品，结果没想到，因为毕竟1的销量不好，然后结果2很成功，所以他们预计销量3倍，所以他们也很重视3，也很期待。我觉得能有续作也不错。招财猫也太贵了。一直往未来时间线走，GTA 系列，我觉得如果他们都有找到自己的道路的话，那倒还算好说，不要越做越迷失就好了。我觉得只要是《荒野大镖客》的时间点来说，它往后做会有点，应该说，《荒野大镖客》它的主题是牛仔嘛，它牛仔的时间点本来就有一个限制在，所以它很难往未来走吧。我觉得这一点来说，对他们比较困难。像现在如果你现在的生活对应牛仔的生活的话，有点不知道该怎么讲，我觉得好像有点不太适合，所以他也只能往以前走啊。我觉得这是一个蛮正确的一个设计思路的。 1920年，美国各种人权法案，然后汽车和火车普及，马被淘汰，牛仔也不适合生存，所以1920年牛仔时代结束。还是有一对牛仔，不过全都隐退了。对啊，就因为这样啊，所以正常。他不往前推，他也没办法。不过这样就会进入一个比较有趣的地方，他们能够找资料或者溯源能够到什么程度，或者说他们能够多还原到什么地步，这就蛮值得令人期待的。不过他始终还是会走到一个终点。然后我觉得一个更重要的东西是认知到终点在哪这件事吧。花园大镖客的时间线是1898年至1907年，也就是牛仔最崩坏的时代。牛仔不再受政府约束，开始拉帮结派，甚至开始一系列的迷之操作，也产出了一堆当时历史上最凶的一批牛仔。而第三会是在南北战争的时间，牛仔们是当时政府的志愿役和支援步兵，分成了北方派和平派和南方派白人至上派，所以很期待会怎么刻画历史。确实， 嗨，卡特山。今天久违了，然后感觉很开心。那你为什么在哭呢？哦耶！哎，啊！
Don't interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
Is the ability to not get lost.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Where's Agemo gone this time?
One in history. Don't interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down. You might want to get a guide.
如果我要描述现代牛仔，就只是买菜、种菜、下田、养牛、养羊、送货。因为美国法律，牛仔不能再持有枪械，收在家里，以防万一，可以不能拿出来，除非生命受到威胁。法律担心再次有这些牛仔再次崩坏。然后我已经在存钱了，35岁的在美国自产自己的农场。澳洲也是可以，不过美国的牧场比较便宜。35岁自产农场。你想放牧人类，这个你的梦想很远大，想建个人间牧场。你去学校当个校长也可以啊，好像哪里怪怪的。
Interfere with the mixing process. You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Where's Agemo gone this time?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Surprises.
with the mixing process if you don't keep
现在学生都这么有钱的吗？我越来越不理解了。
Is the ability to
You
not
might
get
want to
lost
get a
some sort of
guide if you're
talent?
not familiar with the area.
Surprises.
好哦，那你干嘛放阿妈一直坐在那里？因为我一边在打绝区里的每日。
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent? Place. Surprises.
Where's Agemo gone this time? Don't interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your
不然我可以换一个。
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
你快30了，我哪知道你几岁啊？
What a place. Full of surprises.
赏心悦目的男人，好哦。
Where's Agemo gone this time?
你讲过吗？啊，你讲过，我不记得了。
Don't interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice.
哎，你什么时候跟我讲过的？
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
The biggest one in surprises.
卡特斯，我没我，等一下，等一下，我不对吧？
If you don't keep your voice down.
你27快28了，但也没有到快30啊，还久。没有啊，我要把你崩掉。
Where's Agemo gone this time?
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
哎，不是呢，当然不是呢，阿妈你比我还大哎。 啊？那是因为他比我还小，但是你比我还大。不需要这么听卡特斯的，他只是喜欢发疯而已。 他只是在那个实验室待太久了，脑子不好使了。我折合人类岁数大概是26左右，对，26。妈，我每次都会有点忘记。
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
你要这样叫可以，但叫一次200块。可怕。
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
什么可怕？哪里可怕？这很公平啊！
Don't interfere with the mixing process if you don't.
I can't actually remember what Kakuku's first word was. What I do remember is being startled awake one morning at 5 o'clock to the screeching sound of, "Rise and shine, bro!" Heck of a way to be woken up, let me tell you.
那能不能像叫希特拉利那样叫你？有钱。
I'd say I've got quite a big circle of friends. Some cause me headaches, some relieve my headaches, and some of them kind of alternate between the two, depending—
Hit me up, bro!
Where'd you learn how to call dibs, huh? All right. You could have half. Really good. Oh, I'm gonna go grab some fruit juice to wash it down. What flavor do you want?
For real now? Bro, look at the mess you made!
No, it looks perfectly edible to me. Thanks, bro.
如果不是叫姐姐，或者是我是说不是用女性方面的用词的话，你也改叫另一方面的，我可能还不会施予痛手。
Ooh, is this like a warm-up or something? Whew. You gotta take care of yourself before you can take care of other people, right? The gun least drawn is the one you'd better keep in good working order. Wow, dude, what am I saying? I'm a medic, not a warrior. I leave my guns holstered unless I absolutely need them. Thanks, bro. If you ever need a hand with anything, don't be shy. Hit me up anytime.
Hit me up, bro!
阿姨其实不对，因为我知道你们的年纪，所以你们当然不可以叫。但是我的侄女可以，所以你要首先成为我的侄女，不然想都别想。我也想看。
Wow, incredible! You have a gift. I should teach you everything I know as soon as possible. Your culinary potential is off the charts. It's not bad, just forgettable. I know someone of your talent can do better than this. Back to the drawing board, I think. I look forward to the new and improved version. Friends tell it like it is, so here's the truth. If one of my apprentices served this dish to me, I'd turn it upside down on their own head. For you, though, I'll finish it and then give you a thorough evaluation. I hope you take my feedback to heart and learn from your mistakes. Out of consideration for your diners and your own taste buds, dig a little deeper next time.
他有跟仆人相关的对话。那个关于马维卡加入了吗？没有加入。哦，讲到这个的话，那个我想一下，我记得有新的配音的部分的话，艾梅莉埃是有的。
Miss Escoffier is a diligent and studious chef. Normally, dry lectures about
没有，他没有很怕。神明的目前的都没有加上去，我有听过一遍了。啊，他很怕仆人，别，我还在努力，3等了，我很努力。努力于什么？努力于加好感。我好喜欢听卡库库的哀嚎。雷电将军的语音。主线等温迪音配加入再玩，我应该会等。我有请一个人帮我把那个主线给留下来，让我可以在 接下来的就是等所有的配音都凑齐之后，我应该才会去录影，对，这样。就是我有一次在直播的时候，有不小心忘记去收音这件事情，所以我有把所有人的声音重新用就点，然后播放，让他们全部重播一遍。录完之后，我再把它丢进那个丢进剪辑软体，再帮所有的声音再重调整一次。对，我干过。应该是被遗忘了，我不觉得他可能会遗忘这种东西啊，好奇怪哦，怎么可能
？For 5 centuries, Yume Mizuki.
不是把这个遗忘掉也太好笑了吧？觉得有可能，但他需要遗忘掉的东西可多了。我还不想世界树对我的大脑进行大规模的修改，我还不想。莱奥斯利的有没有新的语音？我没有莱奥斯利。我有尝试抽他，但我没有抽到他。事实就是这样，我失败了。好吧，真的去看。我没有办法，而且重点是我手边有的账号没有一个人有莱欧斯里哦，原本有一个，但是现在没有了。你有我其实不太介意，因为我其实我觉得莱奥斯利的那个，这其实有一点奇怪，因为这个还蛮。我觉得莱奥斯利的打拳的节奏有点奇怪。那个朋友被你消化掉了吗？我消化朋友干嘛？我到现在我还是没有抽到可莉，然后优拉也没有，然后神子没有，莱奥斯利没有，西格文没有，然后瑞希就等哪时候歪。其实我要讲一件事情是，我其实原本很期待，不对，应该说我原本对西格文还蛮期待的，就是他原本我听说他是美入侵之后，原本是蛮期待的，直到我确认他只有人类的样貌之后，我就对他没有好感了。我太难过了，我。就举个例子好了，我那时候后来没有抽，应该说莱奥斯利我处于一个放推的状态，对，放推给他过。
Got a problem you can't solve.
我还是有尝试抽他，但我还是觉得怪怪的，就是他没有像屏障一样，他的那个打击感给我的就是节奏有点怪怪的，他好像是1-1然后3吧，1-1-3这样子，但我觉得屏障的就比较顺一点了，因为他一样都是3-3，所以我觉得他整体给我的比较舒适一点，相较于莱奥斯利来说，所以我那时候才没有抽他。每次可莉出来我全部都歪掉，我不知道为什么。TS 案最缺枫丹角色的，我被那个我被露露念说，哇，我怎么所有的娜塔的5星我怎么都有呢？被念了。好吧，走，我们去和弦舞剧，前往枫丹书报摊购买蒸汽鸟报时，你和派蒙意外遇到了老朋友们的熟悉对话，参加一个特别的宴会展会。除了马维卡你都有，你怎么会？你居然没有火神，你这大逆不道的家伙！没有，开玩笑的。 那说明你对娜塔有深爱。你知道我深爱的地方那边已经没有人了，我深爱的地方这边没有人，这里没有人，这里没有人。我深爱的地方。其实我对娜塔没有，我好像没有到花太多钱呢。我唯一花钱的那一次是因为我要抽马维卡的武器，但其他就还好了。那我记得好像是马拉尼跟基尼奇吧，我意外的在大概20-30抽就抽中了。然后那时候武器我本来就没有强求，所以就没有抽。对，因为基尼奇其实是当时我没有要抽他的打算，是因为对想说试试看，结果就中了。对，就这样，不要怀疑啊。然后奶奶跟那个马维卡都很顺利，知道武器池。我原本只要马维卡的剑，结果却出了法器，我还能怎么办？是意外，没有考虑，但他们自己来了。然后这个我觉得很好笑的是，有人在抗议说那个。我终于看到有一个是有很多人做了很多梗图，大部分都是在嘲讽丰铁的送的东西有多好，然后原神的公关有多烂之类的，也不能说公关，就是他的那个福利有多烂之类的。直到最近那个欧法罗斯一整趟下来，我终于看到一个出现反向抗议的部分了，因为丰铁所有的黄金翼应该都会是5星，然后原神出了不少4星，原因就这样。好了，我要换上我的相机。对，我应该换夏洛蒂的5星排站，唯独就4星没有都没有啊，4星呢没有啊。
Let's get this interview started.
靠你了，就靠你拍照了，走喽。
Hey, there's a newsstand over there. Want to grab a copy of the Steambird? We know our Fontinian friends love a little drama. There's no way they let their readers down. Isn't that Charlotte? And standing next to her, surely that can't be Kanich?
啊，纳塔人报复性出国。
How about lost treasure resurfaces at last? Behold the beauty of the Remurian teacup.
茶水杯的美。等一下，我找到一个很厉害的。不法餐厅用龙肉炖菜招待客人，竟大受欢迎。
Pretty shocking. But it still feels like it's missing something. Got it.
你说声音好安静，不用担心，我在上一个主线任务当了一堆人的嘴替，现在没有关系的，我已经习惯了，我等他们回来。
Udex gravely wounded in shocking stabbing. Set to miss cross-border smuggling trial.
等一下。哦，天哪，竟有此事！虽然很不甘心，但是你赢了。
What?
他们也太淡定了，在看报纸了吧？但是纳维莱特预知这件事情。
Did Paimon hear that right? Nevelet was stabbed and gravely wounded? No, surely that can't be right. Can it?
对，就完啦。哦，我好像听到了很熟悉的声音，这不是海文和派蒙吗？这不是很巧，就在几分钟前，我和基尼奇先生才聊到你们了。只可惜基尼奇先生是位谨慎、忠诚、守口如瓶的好朋友，不肯透露更多细节。所以有关伟大英雄海文与纳塔凯旋的故事，是不是可以都是大家的功劳？ 哎，你还是老样子，还是这么谦虚。不过也的确是我有点心急的，抱歉啦。总之还是正式的打个招呼吧，两位好久不见，有空回枫丹玩啦。
Hey there, you two. Fancy running into you here.
真是惊喜重逢。
Yeah, that, and also a less than pleasant shock. What the heck was all that about a saurian meat restaurant and the eunuchs getting stabbed? Please say you weren't being serious.
我如果会的话，我现在还坐在这里吗？你不要忘了你最常讲的一句话，这很符合我对 Vtuber 的认识。啊，你是指我们刚才在念那些地摊小报的新闻标题吗？
Trading tabloid headlines?
Yeah. Charlotte and I were having a little contest to see who could find the most ridiculous fake news stories. Either I got lucky, or I have a knack for honing in on the most outrageous material.
哎呀，很抱歉让基尼奇先生看到枫丹不太光彩的一面。为了吸引注意、促进销售，这些三流报纸总是会想一些大标题，营造出令人震惊的气氛。还有点良心的呢，会在正文内呈现标题的谬误，只能算是使用卑劣手段引人购买。而另一部分呢，就比如我们刚刚念到的那份，就完完全全是属于捏造的了。
If I had to quantify it, I'd say about 1% of what they write is the truth.
1%？你基尼奇先生还真是蛮宽容的呢。
Huh? Him? Lenient? Oh, you gotta be kidding! Ah!
阿乔可以顺利出来啊。
Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to give credit to these so-called news stories for occasionally including a grain of truth. All I'm saying is, even the wildest leaps of the human imagination are always rooted in reality.
You mean all those fake headlines you mentioned actually do have some basis in fact?
我比较好奇的是，纳维莱特被刺会真的受伤吗？
Sure they do. For instance, there was in fact a smuggling trial recently. Considering the amount of speculation surrounding the smuggled goods, it's no wonder there are rumors about restaurants serving saurian meat or teacups being unearthed from ancient ruins.
讲到茶杯了，然后实力就要出来了。
But in reality, the goods in question were simply a few ancient relics dug up from ruins in that land. Rest assured, no saurians were harmed in the process.
他的纳塔的发音是不是有点不太一样？对方审判官先生没有主持这次的庭审，也只是单纯的因为这起案件本来就安排给了其他的审判官。木芒宫又不止一位审判官，总不是凡事都要纳维莱特先生亲力亲为吧？说到这个，多亏了基尼奇先生以重要证人的身份出庭。 案件的审理还是进行得非常顺利。
Oh, okay. Paimon was so busy freaking out about those headlines that she totally forgot to ask why you're here in Fontaine, Kinich.
太好了，都出为世界不为玩啦。哎，要是基尼奇先生愿意再接受一次来自真心鸟报的独家采访，对我来说才是好上加好呢。
It was a pretty open and shut case. And my testimony in court was clear enough. But I'm guessing, Mademoiselle Charlotte, that you're less interested in the case than you are in trying to uncover some news stories about Natlan.
他就少了一个中间音呢。我的意思是说，我知道中文是纳塔，但我的意思是说，在基尼奇的这个配音里面，他好像少了其他音配会有的一个中间的一个比较卡的声音。 哦，不愧是纳塔有名的猎容人，真是敏锐。
I appreciate your kind invitation, but like I said, storytelling isn't really my forte.
Kinich the speechless! Kinich the tongue-tied! Huh?
If you're dead set on doing an interview, why not talk to the traveler instead?
又回到我这里了。啊，的确是个好主意。 不过需要的话，不过这样的话，需要准备的东西就更多了。给我点时间，让我列个面面俱到的采访清单来。看来没有拒绝的机会。嘿嘿，再说，还是要看你的意愿嘛。我差不多该回去工作了，顺便得去找副律官反映一下这些越来越放肆的地摊小报呢。有缘再见啦。
Charlotte never stops, does she? Anyway, Paimon just has to ask. That how thing that popped out before, or was it a how? It kind of looked like a how, but at the same time...
Oh, that thing. Yeah, that was a how.
Huh? What's up with him? Like, he's still noisy, but he's way quieter than before. It's like he's trying to hide or something.
水土不服是怎样？
Could be.
夏洛蒂是那种符符跟旅行者结尾被他看到，他也会把新闻变成头条的那种记者。可是我觉得夏洛蒂他维持在一个，就他绝对他一定会报道真实，他不会用那些虚选的东西来写，但他的报道就是真实，只是他很容易，他就是要追求真相，所以他很容易到处努力的去接触人，好比说狂闯梅洛彼得堡。
Not acclimatizing? Aw, poor Almighty Dragon Lord is not feeling well.
Too bad he can't come out to argue back.
What do you mean?
There's nothing physically wrong with him. It actually has to do with a strange law we learned about after arriving in Fontaine.
我好像知道是哪一条了。
Apparently, it's forbidden to release flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month.
我懂，派蒙更懂。
Paimon sure does. Paimon's been down this road before. There's an easy solution. As long as Kaniche holds onto a how's tail, he'll be considered an Almighty Dragon Lord balloon, not a flying Almighty Dragon Lord.
Not gonna lie, I was considering that. But a how wasn't too thrilled with the idea of huffing and puffing away in the form of a mini helium balloon. That said, it's pretty annoying how he keeps randomly popping up all of a sudden. Anyway, this morning I saw a notice outside the Palais Mermonia about an event that's set to take place outside the city soon. Something to do with filmmaking. I hear that's all the rage here. I was planning to stay here and do some exploring for a few extra days anyway, so I think I'll go check it out. It'll be a good chance to let that noisy helium balloon out. He might even learn a thing or two. If you're free, why don't you come along?
阿乔生气的样子最好看，最好笑了。
I know where it is, so let me lead the way.
说起来不能放飞行物的这一条标准，到现在我还是找不到它的缘由。一夜建成的乐园，后盲宫。自己会飞怎么办？派蒙的解决方案就是当时被那个拉了一条气球线啦。哦哇哦，好多人。
Looks like I remembered correctly. Here we are.
Wow, this is awesome! Hard to believe it was just an empty beach before.
Yeah, it was still completely deserted only a few days ago when I passed by on my way to testify at the Opera House.
只有前3天而已啊。
There must be some efficient workers in Fontaine. Quite impressive.
A few days? One night was all it took. Rap-a-tap-tap, ta-da! But is this all it takes to blow people away? Oh, no, no, no. Given my past experience, I can't let myself get carried away.
略带熟悉的说话方式。
Well, I can't believe you actually remember me. It's me, Lepine Pauline. That's right, the unlucky one.
啊，是千里影节活动的 NPC 吗？等一下哦，我找一下哦。我相信你一定有被我记录过。哎，不对，你不是千里影节的，我觉得我一定有记录过你。你等我，你等我一下。哎，不对，好像是有一次我们在经过千枝那一条街上遇到的一个人。找一下啊，我居然没有记录到你，真奇怪。倒霉鬼，好久不见，样品镜头很好用。最近有在踏实做事吗？
Of course! How else would we have managed to build Fantasyland in a single night?
啊
Fantasyland?
At least that's how I like to think of it myself. A magical land of fantasy, the stuff of film buffs' dreams. I know it sounds like I'm laying it on thick, but that really is the goal here. As you can see, the theme of this amusement park is Fontainian filmmaking, a place for all film lovers to come together and co-construct a world of dreams.
不会不妙好不好？拜托你也不想想，每次下火还不都是在一些不妙的地方，然后过得很欢乐。
Co-construct? Well, that's a relief. Sounds like you're sharing the cost this time rather than pouring your entire life savings into a single project.
Nope! I might be inviting others to help fund this, but that doesn't mean I haven't thrown all my life savings into it too!
喂，全身家当不是用在这的。
You've got to be kidding. Ha! Look at you, puny little humans. Recklessly betting your entire future against some stupid vanity project. If you're expecting even an ounce of sympathy from the almighty Dragon Lord, dream on! Mockery is all you shall get, straight from the heart!
Sorry, just ignore that little gizmoid. He likes to butt in occasionally. Do go on.
Gizmoid? Who are you calling Gizmoid? You're the Gizmoid!
Wow! That's quite a nifty mecha you've got yourself there. Is it some sort of smart personal assistant? You ought to let Miss Charlotte see your cool gadget. Who knows? Maybe you could even look into mass production.
Mass production? Ugh, insolent, vulgar, and disrespectful! I, the almighty Dragon Lord, am one of a kind! There has never been another like me, nor will there ever be! And another thing, smart is the understatement of the century! I shall have you know that I am Kahula-How, forebear of ancient wisdom! I lived for eons long before any of you were born!
What? Heavens above!
道歉的太快了吧
of ancient wisdom, please, I meant no offense.
Idiot meets idiot.
不要讲出来。
What's all the fuss? Making some new friends, are we?
哦，纳维亚。
Miss Navia! Allow me to introduce the star behind all the work that's gone into this venue. Miss Navia, President of Fontaine Spina di Rosula.
哎，赞。不愧是我们可爱的纳维亚。看来如果你是把家当交给他，那我们就安心了。
Hello, everyone. Partner, Paimon. How have you been lately?
哦，我亲爱的好伙伴。
Hello there. I'm Kanich.
是还在笑。
What about me? What about me? My useless servant can't even give me a proper introduction.
You think someone yelling their name out in the middle of a public street really needs an introduction?
He's not wrong. I caught yours just now, in fact. So, you must be the almighty Dragon Lord, Mr. Ahau. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, see that? That's what I call proper manners.
生不了寿。啊，3天不能飞行，应该是在嘲笑英国的一个奇怪的法案，不能对鲑鱼发生啊。
Well, it's not every day you meet a well-mannered human. Navia, was it? Excellent. You may address the almighty Dragon Lord by his name.
纳维亚是不是天生有被龙喜欢的气质啊？
Navia, don't you think the title Almighty Dragon Lord is a bit silly?
不要讲什么跟鲑鱼怎样的，会让我想起那个修女与鱼。冷静。
It's no big deal. All little animals do that, don't they? I mean, try to puff themselves up to look more impressive.
哇塞，纳维亚更狠，阿乔完全被当成小动物哄了。
Anyway, it's all thanks to Miss Navia and the Spina di Rosula that Fantasyland's gotten up and running in the space of a single night.
那还不如台湾也立一个法案，不能对速度干一些怪事吧。
Honestly, thank heavens! After all that paperwork and endless waiting, the event and venue finally got the green light. I couldn't wait a moment longer. The second the approval came through, I reached out to President Navia, hoping she could lend a hand. After all, who else but the Spina di Rosula would indulge such impulsive demands?
你为什么看起来有点困扰？
Sorry, traveler. Miss Lapine Pauline sometimes gets a bit overwhelmed by her own excitement, as you can see. I'm guessing she hasn't gone into much detail about the event yet, so let me fill you in.
不过讲认真，应该是因为枫丹一堆奇怪的发明家在发明一堆有没有飞行机可能砸到人或者烧焦的法案，而这样子的话，不应该是前3天呐、就不应该只有前3天呐、所以这点来说有点奇怪。还是那3天是专门给那个专门强迫那个有建飞行器或者有那相关的东西的人要去检查他们吗？我希望他之后能把这一点法案能稍微提一下，验收或者是那个。
In short, the Cheval-Moran Film Fantasyland is a fan convention that's open to film enthusiasts from all over Teyvat. Miss Lapine Pauline is hosting this event and also providing technical support.
Huh? Cheval-Moran?
That's right! The one and only Surintendant Cheval-Moran!
我已经看到了。
After much persistence and many solicitations, I finally obtained Lady Farina's permission to use the image of her close friend.
你确定他真的不是被你烦到了？
Not only is our adorable mascot drawing in fans by the minute, but she's also boosting her own popularity. And that was always the goal, a win-win arrangement.
看到了女版的 Golden Ramsey 。你是什么？海威玛确实很可爱，我承认。
It's been a while since we last met, but still, it's a surprise to hear Lapine Pauline coming out with such sensible. By the way, Miss Lapine Pauline, have you decided to switch careers and go into film tech?
Not exactly. By chance, one of the prototype lenses I developed caught a photographer's eye, and it's now being used for the latest cinematic productions. Thanks to this unexpected opportunity, I've had the chance to invent various film-related equipment and props.
That's right. So don't underestimate Miss Lapine Pauline, our resident engineer. She's the technical powerhouse at the core of this entire event. As for the Spina di Rosula, we're mainly here to take care of planning, operations, and management.
说起来，我有一个蛮喜欢的绘师，很常画那个枫丹的，不一定是枫丹，但有的是枫丹。枫丹人的那种油画风格，所以就是纳维亚可能就真的会穿着一袭礼服这样子。然后我觉得那个很
For
赞。
anyone feeling inspired to set up a booth, Miss Lapine Pauline and I will provide the necessary technical and operational support once our application has been approved. By the way, traveler, are you at all interested in taking part? It would be a chance for you to earn some extra income. Plus, with your skills, I'm sure you could bring something special to the table.
我会考虑的。
Paimon would be even more tempted if you were to say, throw in one of those fancy feasts she's seen in
枫丹
those
原型是
gourmet
哪里？
food
应该是
meals.
英国和法国，还有德国也有吗？不对，德国不是，德国在蒙德，所以应该是英国跟法国为主。已经是那个年代女性服装里面最普通的一款了。我知道啊，我知道那个时代的服装。那我还蛮喜欢纳维亚的服装的。
Well, as it happens, that'll be a piece of cake.
重点是她画长裙版还是很好看，而且重点她还是油画风格。我记得她好像还有画的是那个须弥的。
Everyone needs to eat, whether they be tourists or the stall owners themselves. So thanks to Miss Navia's help, we've managed to invite none other than the celebrity chef Miss
毕竟在回
Escoffier
合
to run our theme restaurant. Look over there!
发生什么事了？
You! Yes, you! For the last time, the ingredients have to be in the right ratio! Get it right next time, or you might as well just lie down on the chopping board yourself. You! Yes, you! For the last time, the ingredients have to be in the right ratio! Get it right next time, or you might as well just lie down on the chopping board yourself.
你如果备菜量再记错，就自己躺上料理台。笑死！不是。
She seems a bit busy right now.
罗德卡莱不是没有说有特定的地方吗？
Well, I'm sold. I think I'll make a How go be her assistant.
哇，我还蛮想看的。阿乔去洗菜。讲到罗德卡莱，他不是有一个组织？对，他有一个组织还是种族会跟凯尔特有关吗？麻烦请不要来找我。
You little... What's your game here?
Demoiselle, sorry to bother you, but there's an issue over here that requires your personal attention.
看到喊大小姐就让我想起， 原神官方真的很坏，他在纳维亚复刻的时候附了一张影片，是纳维亚的背影在看着那个坟墓说，在跟他的爸爸还有他2个水户说他过得很好，但快哭了。
Apologies. Looks like it's back to work with me. Please feel free to take a gander at what we've got. Anyway, if you're interested in taking part, come find me later.
一定。哦，是好像最近的宣传吧，宣传影片之一，来自自媒会的经济学。
Traveler, it's you! Ready to join the Cheval Moran Film Fantasyland crew? No problem. We'll be ready when you are.
You 说什么东西？枫丹是英国、法国、意大利和西班牙，然后枫丹专注于西欧，然后蒙德是中欧，然后诺德卡莱是北欧跟东欧。我记得他们当时不是说，他们那个地方会比较多那个奇幻的，就是应该说比较是从无到有嘛。所以我想说倒没有，当时好像没有特别说是来北欧还是。北欧跟东欧，但我知道它有一个地方会跟，就有一个组织，它是以那个德鲁伊为原型的，不是我没有看你写的，而是说我的印象里面看那个影片，我不记得有这件事情，我没有要反驳你好吗？然后开发成员的互相打脸，他们本来就不太常拍那种影片啊，你也不看看崩山长什么样子。你也不看看崩山的发表的那个角色研发在什么样子？奇亚娜那一集摆了一整座奇亚娜的周边，然后手上拿着要清出的奇亚娜的那个娃娃，说：“拜托你了，救急无敌可爱奇亚娜。”也没有一些把它讲天花乱坠，参考细节讲天花乱坠，天花乱坠不是用在这的吧？为什么他们头都低下来了？你又干嘛了？
The fresh vegetables from the new batch are exceptional quality.
如果
I just wish I could say the same about the new staff.
中文不好。
Greetings. Apologies if you overheard my harsh words just now, but I assure you it is entirely necessary.
你脸又黑了。
The sheer lack of standards here will be the death of me. Do you have any idea of the kind of customers I'm gonna get with how lax things are at the moment? The ones that leave their guns behind by accident, and then come back to collect them later, bringing ammunition with them.
不小心把枪掉在座位上，然后回来带着子弹回来。
Yeah, that's the kind of customer you wouldn't forget in a hurry.
Oh.
这回头客挺厉害的。
Wait, has that happened before?
No, it's just the mention of guns reminded me. Someone did actually leave their gun nearby.
Huh?
Just before we started setting up, as we were cleaning up the site, someone stumbled upon a mysterious locked box. It didn't look like something from Fontaine, though. It had more of a Natlanese vibe.
Oh?
Do you think a foreign tourist might have left it behind?
我怎么觉得好像哪里怪怪的？
That's what I assumed at first. But the box was buried beneath a pile of wooden planks, rocks, and whatnot, so it seemed like someone deliberately hid it there. But I didn't see much point in speculating, so the best thing I could think of was to hand it over to the authorities. I trekked all the way over to the Palais Mermonia just to hand it in. Ugh. It was exhausting.
不，一定不可能是女人的那个，她的枪可大把了，她那个要弄丢也是蛮厉害的。
What did the authorities make of it?
Oh, they made a mountain out of a molehill, as usual. Before even addressing the question of what was actually inside the box, they had several heated discussions about whose responsibility it was to write the lost and found notice. Thankfully, the ever-reliable Officer Sedin stepped up and immediately called in the Marechaussee Phantom to crack the lock and check if there were any dangerous items inside. And, as it turned out, there was a gun.
Wow, that's a dangerous item, all right.
Mind if I ask what kind of gun it was?
Oh yeah, Mr. Kanich, you're from Natlan, aren't you? Do you know a lot about guns?
You could say it comes with the job. I have an interest in weaponry and the like.
Ugh, such a spoiled brat. What, are the toys I gave you not good enough for you anymore?
哇塞，你给他的玩具还是你自己本体，这么刺激的吗？
Yep, got sick of those long ago.
You little... Don't dare you turn your nose up at my gifts! Why,
Time for a timeout, old-timer. Sorry, where were we? Oh yeah, do you recall what the gun looked like?
It's a bit hard to describe. If you ask me, it didn't even really look like a gun. Give me a second. I'll knock out a quick sketch.
会画画的人就是这样。
Something like this.
你什么都没错过。这不是遗迹物吗？不是，你也太会画了吧
Whoa, it's so neat and precise.
不愧是工程师。
讲
到这句话，我都听到有点胃痛。
Sorry. Is something wrong with my drawing? I know it doesn't really look like a gun, but I assure you, this is exactly what it looked like. And it certainly could shoot as well, too. I confirmed that with the officer from the Marechaussee Phantom.
No, quite the opposite. The features are very accurate, and it is definitely from Natlan. Please, don't mind me. I'm just taking a moment to admire it.
多谢乐平坡林，我会问期待展会。
I should be the one thanking you.
这应该是遗迹这种失误吧
and everyone else for your support.
Don't mention it. Besides, we haven't really done anything.
Not at all. The buzz and excitement you guys bring is exactly what this event needs. Oh dear, I'm starting to feel a bit guilty watching everyone else toil away. Guess it's about time I got back to work too.
我觉得与其说纳维莱特要亲自出马，不如说是那个夏沃雷吧。
But just before I go, one last thing. Traveler, it's wonderful to see you. Here's to a successful collaboration.
电影骑士会有话，应该有话的时候找个安静的地方吧。乐平坡林道别之后，找到一个适合的闲聊地方。
I'm sure you noticed that there was something unusual about that gun.
它很像是很古老的。
Correct. It's most likely an old weapon dug up from some ancient dragon ruins. Based on my experience, it might be more accurate to refer to it as a hand cannon. But in Fontaine terms, it's not wrong to call it a gun. Given why I came here, don't you think it's curious that an ancient dragon relic of unknown origin would turn up like this, out of the blue? Time is of the essence, so I'd like to head over to the Palais Mermonia to verify my suspicions.
我也加入。
Perfect. Then we can head out right away. Or, if you want to catch up with your friends first, I can wait.
不，只是我觉得应该不是纳维雷特管。而且其实真的要讲的话，那谁两位 两位你们两个怎么在这里？
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Bro!
Are you mimicking me? Now's not the time. Come on.
No, I mean, one of our buddies is here, for real. Quite a few of them, actually.
Aurora and Aoife, what brings you to Fontaine?
Huh? How come you're... Ah, I'm guessing Kanich is here because of that international smuggling case, right? I've heard quite a bit about that.
Word sure gets around quickly, huh?
First time abroad and you're already making headlines.
Oh, stop it. It's not like I was the center of attention.
Wasn't expecting to see the Traveler and Paimon here too, though.
Come on, Aoife.
Huh?
A traveler, by definition, is someone who travels around.
Fair point. Anyway, back on topic. Wait a second. I lost my train of thought. What were we talking about again? Anyway, back on topic. Wait a second. I lost my train of thought. What were we?
Why, you're all here, of course.
For vegetables.
For
vegetables. I'll go first. It's for the Chevrolamine Film Fantasyland. Wait, is that right?
It's Cheval Moran.
他刚讲成什么了？
I'll go first. It's for the Chevrolamine Film Fantasyland.
Wait,
is that right? Right. I keep stumbling over that one. Guess I owe Cheval Moran an apology, even if she's not here.
没关系的。
Anyway, long story short, the festival restaurant urgently needed fresh vegetables from Natlan, which is why Aoife and I are here.
So, you guys are vegetable couriers?
He is. I'm just here as a responsible adult. It's his first time traveling so far away from home, and all the elders in his tribe were worried. So they had me come along.
爷爷奶奶叔叔阿姨放不下心。
Even though it's your first time too.
Right, but they still picked me to accompany you. You gotta wonder why that might be.
Don't you get it? They all just saw how overworked you were, so they used it as an excuse to send you off on a vacation.
Wait, what? So I'm getting the grandson treatment now too?
对他们来说确实。
See? Doesn't matter how much older you are than this dude. Hang out with him long enough, and you'll eventually find yourself being treated like a kid.
父亲一代辈分最低的，你还被奶奶骂过，应该也是个不三不四的家伙。
Meaning everyone looks after you. What's so bad about that?
In theory, nothing at all.
奶奶气话。
In that case, guess I better start over. Hi guys, my name's Aoife, and I just turned 5.
在干嘛？很高兴认识你小哥们伊法。
Paimon's not sure who the responsible adult is anymore. So, what about Kakuku? If he was here, we'd be making more of a ruckus than we already are.
可能有一样的原因。
That's exactly what's got me worried.
Aoife, there's nothing to worry about. You're a big boy. You can handle yourself now even without Kakuku.
不对吧？
You think that's what I'm worried about? Anyway, my priority right now is Kakuku. Suffice it to say, Kakuku's in big doo-doo.
How so? He's so small. small, and all he knows are a few harmless phrases. What kind of trouble could he even get himself into?
你知道所有人看着你，基本上就是你也有一样的麻烦，你知道吗？
Let me guess. Did he get caught out by the law on flying objects?
Bro, you too?
你也
Not me. How?
Oh, that pesky little chatterbox.
小混账
So that's why he hasn't interrupted us this whole time. Guess he's too scared to show his face.
That, plus he's already spouted enough nonsense for one day. So I've put him on mute until tomorrow.
Nice one. If I was even half as decisive as you are, I would have kept a closer hold on Kakuku so he didn't get a chance to go flying off.
这下就是名副其实的飞行物了。
Oh no, bro. Or rather, did Kakuku get caught by the guards for flying around?
If they had managed that, we'd at least be able to track him down. But when the guards started chasing him, Kakuku flew into that building next door. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a high-stakes pursuit going down in there as we speak. Just like one of those cool crime movies.
你什么时候看的？
Which building? That one?
Yup, that's the one. Kakuku sure has a good eye for a getaway. It's the tallest building around.
很会学。
I may be able to fly up pretty high, but checking every last window would still take quite a while.
你以为会变成飞行物？
As for Aoife, well, let's just say he's not flying anywhere without a Saurian. Sorry about that.
Not like it's my fault, though. You don't have to apologize on my behalf.
Wait a sec. What's this got to do with how high you can fly? Kakuku's got himself into a real mess here, like a panicked animal running straight into a trap. It's pretty worrying. I'm starting to picture him flapping through a barrage of gunfire while important documents.
里面的人应该都不会开枪啦。
Heck yeah! If anyone can pull it off, it's Kakuku. He's always been such an awesome Saurus.
不对，
I believe in him.
你不要这么。等下，也就是说，这栋很高的房子里，现在可能有2只很棒的龙。
For real now? Do you even hear yourself, bro?
Of course I'm for real. I'd never make light of something like that.
Alright. Everyone's an awesome Saurus. Well, the human version. But our priority right now should be to go in there and check up on Kakuku.
正好经理体和我有事要去莫芒宫。
Leave it to us.
You sure? Wow, awesome.
你们两个不一
That'll
起
be
来
a
吧？
huge help.
And if Kakuku doesn't listen to you, I give you permission to pull out a couple of his feathers.
拔他2根毛。
Wait, since when was that up to you?
Well, then it's your call, bro.
All right then. If Kakuku doesn't listen to you, I also give you permission to pull out a couple of his feathers.
为什么？
There you go. If he objects to that, tell him to come find us.
He won't. Trust me.
拔2根毛，为什么？
Back when we first met Kakuku in the wild and I begged you to take him under your wing, I never imagined you'd end up spoiling him rotten.
哦，原来是你劝他收留的。
And I never imagined you'd be nagging me about it.
Oh, well, I definitely saw that coming.
Huh?
You're only 5 years old after all.
到底在干嘛？你们俩快承办这活动一半的笑点。那维莱特有办法跟卡库库对话吗？他们已经是一种不对，阿乔，
Nothing new there. The first few days of every month are always noisy.
啊，怎么有人帽子掉了？啊，这里。
Nothing new there.
啊，你就算了。
What's all that commotion? Are they arguing in there?
带着那维莱特大人办公室传来不祥的声音，要不要进去看看呢？ 哇，你没有声音，我可爱的赛德纳。哎，等一下，我突然想起来，这是一个好时机。你一直都在里面，害我一直没有办法拍你的正照。你现在在这个地方，我正好可以拍你的正面照。大家摇头，好可爱。
Did he say he came from Natlan?
他说
No.
Get out of here!
在干嘛？
I can understand his words, just not what they mean.
我不能理解。
Oh no.
我的天哪！
Did he say he came from Natlan?
No.
Get out of here!
Get out of here! 真的假的？
He keeps repeating the same things over and over again.
Oh, you know one another.
是哥们的哥们。
He's a friend. Yeah, a saurian friend of a human friend.
Great. Well, that was easy. Looks like we've tracked down the owner. Guess that's one less lost and found notice for you to write, Monsieur Neuvillette.
For real?
Traveler, was there something important you wanted to discuss with the Udex? I'm just about done with my business here. Need me to step out?
Stay and hear them out first. Perhaps it will have some bearing on your own work. If I'm not mistaken, you are the same Mr. Kanich who served as a witness in the smuggling trial? I take it there's been a further development in the case.
That's right. Very perceptive, Mr. Udex.
So you've met Neuvillette before? But wasn't the trial overseen by another judge?
I've seen his photo in the papers.
报纸上有画片。
But as for this other gentleman...
Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Wriothesley, administrator of the Fortress of Meripede. Or in layman's terms, Fontaine's prison warden. Please, feel free to share anything about the case. There's no need to keep anything from him.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you!
他学会了。
Wow, that sounded just like me. But should we really discuss official business in front of the Saurian?
Oh wow! Oh no!
哦，他伤心了。
I believe he said... Or rather, I suppose he meant that he'll keep this to himself. Though I should mention, Mr. Kukuku, that we will have to ask you to sign a confidentiality agreement.
Sure thing, bro!
哦，很爱心，他好开心，好可爱。虽然看起来很快，但的确有很棒的两位龙。
Let us return to the matter at hand. Mr. Kanich, was there something else you wanted to discuss relating to the case?
Yes. Let me fill you in.
夏纳维莱特和莱欧斯利说明了勒平坡林捡到了枪的情况。纳维莱特询问了相关人员，果然找到了那个箱子和里面的枪。
Wow! It really is exactly like Lapine Pauline's sketch! That must be all that practice drawing engineering blueprints, huh?
哎，这东西我可熟啦，我可是去过各大龙遗迹的人呐。 然后拍张照，我看看哦，原神，看这个是要丢呢，我就把它丢走。
So if it's true that this weapon came into Fontaine alongside the contraband from the smuggling case, then there's a high chance we overlooked a suspect.
That's exactly my line of thought.
I see. Mr. Kanich, thank you for reporting this promptly. I'll arrange for the Marechaussee Phantom to investigate right away. We should begin by questioning the prisoners in custody. Wriothesley,
I'll sign off on the interrogation request. Don't you worry.
That would be much appreciated.
It's lucky that the Palais Mermonia wasn't scheduled to release any public bulletins today, and that this Guns Lost and Found notice hasn't been written up yet. In other words, the news hasn't leaked.
I'll be staying in Fontaine for the time being. If there's any progress in the investigation or you need my help, feel free to reach out anytime.
我也是。
Yep, we were just about to go help out with Lapine Pauline's convention. If there's any news, we'll keep you all posted.
哇，可惜金里奇把阿乔关起来了。
Marvelous. Thank you all. Well then, all that's left is to...
You miss me, bro?
开始想我了吗？
He really does come out with the most unexpected things. Who did he learn it all from?
两位很厉害的纳塔哥们。
Huh. Well, it's pretty extraordinary.
依法对纳维莱特评价，他要等6等才能看。
Anyway, according to due process, we must first determine whether Mr. Kakuku qualifies as a flying object. And, following on from our conversation just now, he also needs to sign a confidentiality agreement. Drafting said agreement may take some time.
Looks like you'll be staying with us for a while then, Kakuku. Excited?
我可以帮忙向他的朋友转达。
That would save us a lot of trouble. Many thanks.
太客气了。
All right then, we'd better get going. No need to see us off.
打开看看，先收好吧。
I know you mentioned a while back that people from Natland would soon start showing up all over the world. But I hadn't expected anything like this.
It seems no matter where they come from, all dragons are inquisitive by nature.
You can say that again, bro!
The same might well be said for humankind. The real reason you chose to stay to investigate this case was your curiosity about Natlan and Mr. Kakuku, was it not?
Guilty as charged. Nothing... Guilty as charged. Nothing gets past you. So, how about we take this opportunity to chat a little more? We've got the world's best translator on hand, after all.
世界上最好的翻译。
Sure thing, bro!
我们拥有什么世界上最好的翻译？我记得连阿乔也听不懂吧？对，阿乔也听不懂。要怎么跟他们解释起来？那个卡库跟这里的最高掌权者聊起来了。
What's the situation? How bad is it?
一个好消息，一个坏消息。
Oh no. When I saw that Kakuku wasn't with you, I'd already prepared myself for the worst.
Relax, Aoife. Maybe Kakuku just prefers high-rise living now. Sometimes you just have to let the kids grow up and make their own choices in life.
For real now? Do you even hear yourself, bro?
It's not that bad. Kakuku's fine. Still very much alive and kicking for starters.
He hasn't been arrested either, so no jail time.
还有大人物，还跟大人物们聊得有来有回。
See?
你看。
You're not exactly reassuring me here.
As for the bad news, well, it's really not that bad. Kakuku accidentally overheard some top secret stuff, so he has to stay at the Palais Mermonia for a while to sign a confidentiality agreement. But there's no need to worry. The person in charge of looking after Kakuku is super nice, so he'll be absolutely fine.
就是要麻烦你们等一阵子。
All right. That doesn't sound too bad after all. Wow, hearing that's put my mind to rest.
But based on my understanding of how things work here, the ban on flying objects should be over by the time Kakuku actually gets out.
What a shame. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to go have some fun without him.
You don't look disappointed in the slightest.
Anyway, Auroron and I will be staying in guest rooms upstairs at the Hotel de Boer for the time being. Feel free to drop by if you need us.
好的，哥们。
Yay! Problem solved! Alright, let's catch up another day.
所以按照这里，他们应该会有彩蛋点才对。我找一下哈。我对你的狼虎之词可是习惯了，不用担心。基尼奇的位置我知道了，伊法跟欧若伦的我也找到了，泰可菲跟纳维亚的，法库库的有彩蛋对话。哦，好，彩蛋对话我没有错过 ，OK。
I've realized we're in a bit of a tricky situation here.
What do you mean?
一个两难的问题。
If we go out, we won't have time to watch that film we rented.
But if we stay in and watch the film, we won't have time to go out.
Oh, you realized it too?
Yeah, well, pretty smart for a 5-year-old.
你们两个到底？哎，你居然跑出来了！
It's all your fault! All your fault! Your fault! Your fault! Your fault!
Stop yelling and get to the point.
If you hadn't kept me locked away, I could have asked that judge to step in for me! He'd have backed me up for sure, and then we'd have kicked your sorry little butt!
For real now? Did you even hear yourself? You'd better focus on outsmarting Kakuku first.
现在在想对哪个角色比较虎狼？你已经看哦，我看过了，别再来，太恐怖了，有胆结。
Traveler, ready to join the Cheval Moran Film Fantasyland?
当然。
It's time, dear partner in Paimon, for us to turn our attention to the Cheval Moran Film Fantasyland. As I mentioned, the park was started up by enthusiasts who brought in the Spina di Rosula to handle the planning, construction, and operations. Of course, enthusiasts aren't typically all-around experts. They usually stick to designing the event booths. We, for our part, handle long-term operations and develop standardized strategy guides for the different activities.
Long-term operations? Strategy? It all sounds so complicated. We spend most of our time adventuring, and we barely have any experience running a stall.
不是每个老板都读过商业学校，我们也做过许多能赚大钱的生意嘛。
That's more like it. You've seen it all before, haven't you, partner? I'd even go as far as to say you've shaped some of Tevat's biggest business ventures. Anyway, first things first. Let's get an overview of how the whole festival's gonna be run.
Oh? 连乌色宣爵都有出现，那我们的
As you can see, our fantasy land's a bit like a sugar-free macaron right now. Several areas are still under construction.
没加糖的马卡龙，你是指食勺的部分吗？
The Spina's only been able to hire a limited number of craftsmen. Besides, we don't have enough experience to handle multiple projects simultaneously. That's why I chose to adopt a time slot-based planning method, so we can focus on specific tasks during each designated period. Upgrading facilities, expanding the venue, hiring staff. All of this requires funds and time slots to accomplish.
这个我可会了。
So, it's our job to allocate precious time slots in each business cycle to the most worthwhile
经营游戏嘛，没有问题的。
As we attract more guests and earn money to add to our funds, we'll also be able to work more efficiently, which will allow us to divide each cycle into finer time slots, which will let us get more done.
So we'll be limited in the decisions we can make and tasks we can focus on within each time period. Which means we have to use our limited actions and Mora to earn even more Mora. Kinda like playing chess or cards then. Cooking up a strategy in advance is gonna be key.
不行，下棋已经不好玩了，我不能再用琴去推任何的怪了。
Paimon thinks she just about gets it. How do you feel about it, Traveler?
这是我的拿手好戏。
Yep.
等一下。
Come on, we can do this. You mentioned standardized strategy guides just now. Does that mean there are non-standard ways to take part too?
Of course. Film and entertainment mean different things to different people, and there's gonna be a wide range of exciting activities for people to try out. If we're not careful, some visitors might wander off and end up getting in trouble. And others might pick up dangerous props by mistake. To avoid confusion, we need to create a standardized strategy guide for each activity. Just think of it like a walkthrough.
我懂了，我来当参考标准。
Wow, if we're the first ones to test out the activities, who knows what surprises there could be waiting for us? But if we hit a tough spot, we'll just have to rely on our skills to carry us through.
Hopefully it goes without saying that I'd never put you in danger, partner. I carefully checked all the existing activities before you arrived, and I can assure you that they're all perfectly safe. I also wanted you to experience the activities before anyone else gets to. It'll be fun. Plus...
Oh, those are two things Navia is best at! Making people feel safe and having fun!
Great! Well, I can't wait to hear what you think. You're... All right, then. Let's start with eclectic escapades and put our first guide together.
我还是要严重的声明一次，枫丹的重要角色不是弗宁娜，也不是纳维莱特，是纳维亚。有过个人爱好问题。
The fresh vegetables from the new batch are...
她就是女王啊！不，太多人会因为后期的表现而去掩盖了我们纳维亚可爱的纳维亚的整个贡献。她可是整个4点多版本陪我们从头到尾的唯一一个角色。
All right then, time to try out eclectic escapades.
然后再外加
strategy guide to
她是演戏的。解锁设施，肤色勋爵。不得不说，为什么我们少了一个？他们不是有3只吗？啊，那个。嘿，你不觉得这个游戏有点…… 原来是改版的游戏领导。
Both of you seem even more excited than before. Looks like your first trial run didn't disappoint.
挑战形式非常亲切，还结合了应景主题。
Paimon hasn't actually watched that many films, but after trying it out, she might just be hooked. We should check out the film that it's based on.
Great job, Paimon. That's exactly what our enthusiast friends were hoping you'd say. They'd be beyond delighted to hear that visitors are curious about the films that inspired these attractions. Some have even been willing to contribute extra funds out of their own pockets. Where budgets have allowed, of course.
Out of their own pockets?
That's right. While the Spina di Rosula covers the cost of basic booth materials and rental fees, many fans have personally funded promotional materials and related merchandise. The cost of the booth itself isn't their main expense. Some of them have already started designing spin-off products inspired by film characters. Take our official mascot, Surintendant Chevalmoran, for instance. She won second place in the last most popular character poll for the comic film category, and was even dubbed the pinnacle of round, bouncy cuteness.
亚军
Many people have expressed interest in designing cushions based on her image, using the highest quality fabrics and hiring the most skilled artisans to mass produce them. These cushions will officially go on sale at the next convention alongside lots of similar products.
这么一说，我也多少有点心动，要不然都给弗妮娜几成分成。
Don't worry. As Surintendant Chevalmoran's guardian and official image rights agent, Farina's already getting 60% of the sales revenue. After all, the fans are doing this voluntarily, not for profit, but to promote Surintendant Chevalmoran's adorable image.
但冠军是谁啊？
The more Mora ends up in Farina's purse, the better Surintendant Chevalmoran's meals will be. And who wouldn't be happy to hear that?
但是我记得海维玛夫人好像才是帮弗妮娜算
Oh, Paimon
还
likes
钱
the
的。
sound of that. Everyone working hard for something they all love without worrying about profit.
Still, we can't just ignore Mora completely. Whether it's fan creations or official commercial projects, some level of financial balance is still necessary. The same logic applies to the Chevalmoran film Fantasyland taken as a whole. Once we finish the standardized strategy guides, our attractions can officially be open to the public, but we can't take personal charge of the ticketing process. There's plenty of work to do at the various booths, and the park itself is a work in progress. We'll need to assign dedicated employees to maintain and manage each attraction. There's a recruitment section on the park's bulletin board. We've received many applications, and each candidate has their strengths. Our job is to match the best candidates to each attraction based on their overall performance. Once assigned, the staff will keep the attractions running, ensuring a continuous revenue stream.
Wait, so we've suddenly gone from being playtesters to heads of human resources? That's definitely a first for us.
我肯定是称职的老板。
Just don't hold everyone up to your own standards, okay? You can't expect everyone else to be as capable as you. Alright, time to review some resumes. Fingers crossed we'll get some exceptional candidates.
When reviewing resumes, pay attention to each applicant's area of expertise.
Idiot. 你怎么也出现在这了？工作经验：枫丹科学院稳定机关专项后续开发，千灵应节器材供应商。个人优点：团队合作能力强，什么脏活累活都能做，能够加班，接受1周只休半天。薪资的话，有基本的待遇就好了。如果没有，别让我倒贴钱上班就好。外包转正，不用再来回换工作，就是谢天谢地了。我想看一下其他人，好吧，不能给我看。
Looks like this particular employee is really getting into their role.
祝这位员工工作顺利。
You're both doing great. You sound more like bosses than I do. In any case, with this, the Cheval Moran Film Fantasyland is now officially open. Running a theme park is a long-term project. You won't make much if you try and rush it. We're just about done with our current work setup, so let's take a short break and wait for this cycle's revenue report to come in.
哇，不能再看，我想再看。啊，你好，我的甲方，请问有什么帮助啊？你好，怎么好像有点怕我？哦，毕竟是甲方，是不可以忤逆之人。你之前帮了我很大的忙，所以我应该要更加的。我不想再被老板开掉了。这年头外包工程师太难找工作了。哎，保持身体精神健康，快快乐乐工作。哎，这样就好吗？不要几十页的需求文件哦，总算找到一份比较轻松的差事了。虽然这份差事也坚持不了几个月，但能在这边工作就好了。
Well, this cycle of operation sure got us off to a good start. On to the next one.
我看到纳维亚没有怀疑的原因很简单，因为他是演戏，真不错的伙伴。
Well, the numbers might not look that impressive, but given that we're just getting the ball rolling, I'd say that wasn't a bad start. Building on this momentum, we must consider rolling out more unique business strategies during the next cycle. To draw in the crowds, I've invited one of Fontaine's very own celebrity chefs, my good friend Escoffier. She'll be performing right here in the amusement park's restaurant. On that note, let's go catch up with her.
So, is the restaurant part of our business strategy too? There are so many layers to this operation.
The restaurant is up to standard, and the waterside location will make for a unique dining experience. The beautiful scenic reflections in the water create a stunning backdrop, lifting diners' spirits and allowing them to truly savor their meals. Ingredients, check. Cooking utensils, check. Looks like we're ready to rumble.
Hey there, Escoffier!
Oh, my employers are here. The president of the Spina di Rosula, plus the famous traveler and Paimon. I must say, you seem a bit overqualified to be running a film-themed amusement park.
I'd say that if anyone here was overqualified, it would be the former head chef of the Hotel de Boer. Wherever you walk, the aroma of fine cuisine follows in your wake.
Let's get back to business. I'm guessing you want the traveler to help me decide the theme dish for each cycle, right?
主题料理。
This is the business strategy I mentioned earlier. Using Escoffier's top-tier dishes to attract more visitors to the park. But this isn't just about attracting visitors. Her culinary masterpieces will surely have other surprising effects. Just imagine, Paimon, if all you needed was a single ticket to enjoy all the attractions and taste all the legendary food. Wouldn't you be tempted?
Then Paimon come every single day.
有没有年卡？年卡就一下，我直接想办法找个地方住在这。
Now, here's the twist. To get the most out of this strategy, the menu can't be made public. Based on research by a certain food branding consultant, many restaurants have started offering a special chef surprise dish. So give me some inspiration every few business cycles, and I'll decide on our next theme dish. Now then, give me your hand.
手吗？
A warm and energetic feel. Your hands are calloused from wielding your sword, but still quite delicate. When you grasp its hilt, it's like you're holding the bow of a violin. A sword, then. The theme this time shall be strength. Alright, let's find out what strength looks like in gastronomical form.
Oh, 上面这个好可爱。
I've refined the sauce for these barbecue ribs. It's a richer flavor than the classic version, but not at all greasy. The mint extract in the seasoning leaves a refreshing aftertaste, perfect for indulging yourself after a fun-filled day. But if you ask me, I'd say the artisans need these more than the guests.
The artisans?
As I'm sure you've noticed, this park isn't quite finished. A serving of these barbecue ribs should help the artisans replenish their strength much more quickly. As their bosses, you have an obligation to provide meals for them. So why not invite them to dine here? Who knows? The morale boost might even improve their productivity.
Oh? If I recall correctly, you once served up some special fish and chips for the porters over at the Fleuve Sandra. For several days after, the workers were all incredibly efficient. They'd finish 8 hours of work in just 5. And then, because they clocked out early, they'd come back completely refreshed the next day.
Then there's no time to lose. Go invite the artisans over while these ribs are still hot. I'll prepare some side dishes and desserts too.
That's a great idea! You really live up to your reputation, Escoffier! Looks like these themed dishes are gonna make a huge difference after all. We'll have to make sure we check in with you regularly. The artisans are pumped and ready to roll thanks to that themed dish.
And perfect timing, too. Let's take this chance to take the facilities of our eclectic escapades to the next level.
That unique aroma. I wonder how you'll inspire my cooking this time. All right then, I'll just go with the flow. It's about time for a fresh new flavor. That unique aroma.
工作感觉如何？
I'd say it's quite similar to working at the tavern in the Fleuve Cendre. There's something special about seeing diners' faces light up when they taste your food. You don't get that working in the closed-off kitchen in a grand hotel. If something like this comes up again, just call me. Don't worry, we know each other. No commission fee needed. I won't take a single mora.
Now that everything's going smoothly, it's about time we upgraded our facilities.
升级设施，确认升级。返
We
回。
should be able to attract more customers by upgrading the stall, don't you think?
That's right. Based on my business experience with the Spina di Rosula, I've quantified the service value to help you intuitively understand how satisfied customers are with each stall. An attraction will reach its ideal revenue only when its service value meets customer expectations. As we improve and expand our facilities, expectations will also increase accordingly. When that happens, we can deploy more capable employees or invest funds in training to enhance our employees' skills.
培训员工，培训成功。OK。艾可菲。
That should be everything. Looks like you've pretty much mastered how to run this park.
艾可菲可厉害了呢，他可是可以直接把冰练成凌晨刀的人。
Huh? Have we really? Thinking about it, we have learned quite a lot, haven't we?
我们跟着纳维亚成了好老板，因为表示纳维亚教的深入浅出。
Oh, not at all. I wouldn't say I taught you much. Your intuition's been guiding the way mostly. I imagine long-term operations sounded like a scary prospect the first time I mentioned it, huh? But don't let that scare you. Just break things down into smaller steps and tackle them one at a time. Even if you're not a genius or naturally gifted, you'll get it done in the end.
Whoa, seeing her own progress has really got Paimon fired up! Actually, she's gonna jot your words of encouragement right down. From here on out, we'll be running the Cheval Moran Film Fantasyland together! Let's make it a big success!
.同样要支付薪水。感觉有螃蟹。感觉很像那个纳维亚，很像那次那个叫什么那个炼金药剂摊位的那个丽莎的位置。
You've got this park off to a great start, partner. The ball's really starting to roll, huh? I can't wait to see how it'll all turn out. How exciting!
前往定制。原来是钟表小子吗？弯刀大叔，演员佣兵。哦，这不是迪西亚的朋友吗？这次轮到你当我老板啦。我们好像见过，是吗？是吧？你可是个大名人，四处活动相当勤快。我见过你好几次，但你应该没有特别留意过我。有一次还不知道你是迪西亚的朋友，和你过2招就被你打趴了。不知道那回有没有给你留下轻伤什么的？请别在意，我们现在是一边的了。合作愉快，合作愉快。我也想这么说，不过说不定我会因个人习惯而不小心犯错。比如演反派时太投入啊，挥舞5到5的张牙舞爪，害客户都害怕。以前我哄小孩的时候就把人家吓哭过，发生过很多事情，但很多都包含。我们觉得我可能在哪里，我好像真的在哪里见过你。嘿，真不愧是天才。主题餐厅也可以提升经营力，新的主题料理有助于帮助。回味悠长的一旅，本周收益提升。 马英。第一次投履历不知道介绍什么，所以看不懂格式。以前在船上工作，经常跳船。如果有乘客跳到水中，我可以很快把他们捞起来。也参与过水下爆破之类的工作。
That unique aroma. It's
悠悠曼庄园。管理庄园，好，动物朋友入住，邀请一些适合的动物朋友们。邀请54。不用，动物也要吃饭，有吃饭就得有人煮，招聘一个厨师很合理。发酵果汁船长，厨师。听说有的动物会在身体里发酵食物，再加以食用。这先把食物发酵处理，不就能为他们省去麻烦了吗？简直天才！你最好有理论跟依据。那他没有，就对食材的处理的直觉，应该不会错的。我相信我自己。虽然做出来的成品可能味道会有点差，挨个骂也没停，但害怕挨骂就不敢大胆去尝试，这样就会固步自封了。等我搞砸你再骂我也不迟。喂，别告诉我危险的化学品哦！当然，我会先在封闭环境下进行实验。如果有危险气体的话，第一个把我熏倒了。那时候我醒来，第一时间就会先销毁样品，避免其他区域危害。但你好大的团缺。我们还把驯兽给请过来了。乐平坡林，哦，有没有觉得待在这里就烦恼丢光光啦？有2则好消息，想听哪个？想先听最主要的。然后最主要一条就是，我先告诉你最赞的一条，我想把那个复合结构猎弓的样机送给你。样机，多年前，枫丹科学院的某个武器技术研发组，为了探索弓类武器的极限效能，开发了一台样机，并委托我的外包小组设计了瞄具。结果，直律艇和特巡队都将筒枪列为标准装备，不再大量采购弓这种考验训练体系的装备。 研发组和我的外包小组就解散了，但样机还留在我手里，直到最近，一部讲述技术计划。机关技术强化战士的科学幻想硬影，借了那把弓当做道具，能够隐身的主角先知用它安静地战胜了各种敌人。于是这把弓在科学幻想硬影观众的群里获得了不错的人气，我就把它带来展示。好特别的经历，但为什么要给我？因为你是这里的绝对核心，将传奇角色聚在一起是关键。影迷们了解这把弓原本的设计用途，都希望它能成为一名高手的趁手武器，发挥自己的光热。作为珍贵的黄牌冒险家的你，就算不擅长使用钩，也绝对能找到挖掘他潜力的伙伴，发挥他全部的效能。等状况稳定下来之后，影迷们大多来见过他本尊，就请你收下，让他带着他在荧幕外续写传奇吧。那就多谢了，不用客气。希望你和你的攻术高手都能喜欢。攻术高手伙伴，先来开胃的。哦，惊心动魄的商业冒险有了稳定的订单赚钱。多亏你和夏洛蒂小姐的启发，我将那个镜头改良之后，开发出了高精度的变焦留影辅助机关。新一代的产品的确赶上了留影装置更新的浪潮，许多商家和导演都跟我建立了合作关系。现在我算是硬影行业的新供货商，正是得益于大家对我的装置的认可，我才会被推举来帮忙建设这个欢乐城。虽然资金依然大起大落，但好歹比以前稳定不少。哎，班顿早，恭喜你呀！同乐，都多亏了你，有机会要请你吃大餐，每顿28万摩拉起跳，不用这样。纳塔风貌区炙热部落，被外面的暴雨吵起来，好像蛮多人都会被雨声给吵醒的耶。 这雨是有够大的。现在一个员工不太擅长目前的工作，要不要考虑换人？枫丹小说家即将成为，好让人不安。大禹治水。是你。我见不到另一位员工吗？对，见不到哎，好可惜哦。小特斯晚安。哎，变另一位了。啊，老板好，我在努力工作，你也多给我点工钱吧，这样我可以帮艾贝尔买更多礼物。艾贝尔就是克莱门丁县的那位导游啊，以前我们是同事，后来不知道因为什么原因他被调走了，走之前还帮了我把很多活给干了，一直想找个机会感谢他。结果每天都忙得没停，也 转眼间就过去好久好久。最近我第一次休假出来散散心，本来想叫艾贝尔一起，结果他又说最近有大型活动，正需要迎接游客，婉拒了我的邀请，所以就买点礼物给他好了。哦，为什么不是欧菲尼呢？欧菲尼，你也认识绯红幻影？什么？这么帅的吗？说实话，以前我不太喜欢他，因为他把最有价值的任务都做完了，显得我很呆。这几何格斗科目，我是说几项主要的工作技能，他的考核都接近于满分。这么厉害的人美风，假期应该收礼物都会收到手软，当然不需要我帮忙带礼物。所以我还是有机会看到别人的哦。
That unique aroma. It's
为什么你看起来有点眼熟？ 这里有换人欸，优雅精妙，这美丽的即兴表演设施，我愿为之沉醉。那给你工作卖力一点哦，不必担忧。我开工前先喝过2杯咖啡，一整天都会充满动力。可惜如果有员工陪同客人一起同解谜的设施就好了，只能旁观，但在必要时提供协助还是不够尽心。别沉醉过头，集中精神。当然，虽说没有紧张的战斗步骤，但机关的挑战也不容小觑。你应该是之前活动的人，就是好像是要跟打架有关的吧？千剑舞者之名，跟你保证，一定会让客人玩得刺激又安全。我在这一带的时候，它会帮我标示出整体的范围。 真是颇得小蛋。我看这么贵的吗？这么贵的吗？哇，好痛！这世界最不缺的就是洛洛梅了。我记得海陆花好像没有地方有卖，好痛哦！
Let's go.
哦，有还是有的卖，太好太好。还要做一次就做出来，不然我真的会痛死。哇，看现在出了一个34，要吐了。
Can't sleep? Let's go for a walk then. My guiding stars.
Hi, Sasha. 早安啊。
Leaving so soon?
Anything I can help you with?
strength.
Frozen food.
Dance with the waves!
Let the flames of redemption rage! Let's move! Now is the time for my second coming! Leaving so soon? The power of flame compels you!
My mind is completely blank. I need to get out and unwind.
Cooked food. Disgusting.
Not now.
A bad date!
Don't be scared.
You can't run from death.
I heard that a lot of the Knights of Favonius have been playing Genius Invocation TCG. I want to try too.
Can't sleep? Let's go for a walk then.
I must leave no stone unturned.
Huh?
Oh, you're calling for me? Coming!
Give up.
Here!
From the ashes to this world anew.
It's nothing.
Infernal call.
Can't sleep? Let's go for a walk then.
Rain outlines your fate.
The night is cold.
Rain cutter.
Stars, shine for me.
Anything I can help you with? With all my strength. I must leave no stone unturned.
The victor has been decided.
This dance is for you! I am outplayed. But they still need me. I'll do better next time.
6个。
From the ashes to this world anew. How brightly burns the truth!
Anything I can help you with? Positions! Fallen Amber! Help! Can't sleep? Let's go for a walk then. No! Not like this. My guiding stars! Cold, mine to command. Let me scribe.
From the ashes to this world anew.
等个10点，然后就出去买吃的，也差不多关台。
The power of blaze compels you.
就等一下。
Anything I can help you with? Delve into destiny.
就差不多这一局打完吧，这一局打完我们就休息，然后我要去买吃的，然后我应该还是会继续打牌，想把一些之前没有拿完的补一补。
The stars are fading.
怎么有种尼禄比我想的还要凶残的感觉？
Speed of light. It's time for the curtain to fall.
He burns the truth!
居然输了，到底哪里有问题？这是一个好问题。
Come on, buddy. Mind your step. Nice one. Guess today, if you need help, I can barely breathe. I know. Most things in life aren't one and done. Soon as you're rested up, let's make a move. Whenever I get to take a break, did you hear that? Watch out for when Kikuku shakes off his feathers, or you'll get drenched. Although, that painting on the board outside my clinic wasn't me, I swear. I can't actually remember what Kikuku's first word was. What I do remember is being startled awake one morning at 5 o'clock to the screeching sound of, "Rise and shine, bro!" Heck of a way to be woken up, let me tell you. Singing's a pretty I think I have it pretty good, to be honest. Nothing keeping me up at night. Oh, but it would be nice if Kikuku learned some more useful phrases.
The heck are you on about?
Oh, fresh fruit's the best, bro. Staves off hunger and fresh fruit is great. But when people add it to a dish, I'm like, dude, why can't I just eat it as is?
Hit me up, bro!
Where'd you learn how to call dibs, huh? All right. You could have half. Real?
For real now? Bro, look at the mess you made!
No, Cuckoo. It looks perfectly edible to me. Thanks, bro.
他到底为什么会有跟纳维莱特队？但我还是等着吧。
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration. An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect. Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind. Humid air filled with the rich scent of leaves and earth. A day like this calls for Palui lotus fish soup. The feeling of the warm sun as it burns off the moisture in the air. I'm sure I can capture it in a dish. I just need to strike the right flavor combination. I bet I could put ingredients in the snow instead of a freezer. The sunlight is so bright, like a dish with sharp notes of citrus, a foam made from berry leaves, and a hint of sugar. Not a bad idea. Still half asleep, huh? Here, have a freshly baked sea salt croissant and a canepa berry palmier, with a cup of Buell fruit tea. There was a time when the importance of lunch was overlooked. But modern society places a much greater emphasis on self-care. So, now we realize that nutrition without lunch is like a symphony without strings. Utterly lackluster. So, let's not waste another second. Time to gather some fresh ingredients and whip up something nutritious. The final meal of the day should be given the same level of care as a grand banquet. Even for just 2 or 3 dishes, all the prep should be finished by 3 in the afternoon. Huh? Then you don't have time to make something? Oh, well, it is well past 3, you're right. But don't worry, I wasn't expecting you to cook at all. I prepped the ingredients hours ago. Just sit tight and get ready to feast. Eating a small amount of dessert before bed can help you sleep. Here, have some of this cherry blossom and grilled apple-flavored light sugar pudding. It's low in sugar, but if you want my advice, don't get too caught up in the number on the scale. And anyway, if you ever need to balance your diet, I can make you something nutritious that doesn't taste like dirt. I carry the title of Patissiere Supreme, but that doesn't mean desserts are the only thing I can make. I respect those who dedicate themselves to one specialty, but I don't like the idea of boxing myself in. I'll try any ingredient from anywhere in the world. All I want is to push the limits of culinary innovation. As some ingredients start to spoil, others are just beginning to sprout. That's pretty much a metaphor for cooking as a whole. It's always evolving. Classic recipes are valuable, but that doesn't mean we should be confined to that era. Of course, innovation needs to be thoughtful. Otherwise, you might end up with abominations like lavender melon cream macaroni or Jueyun chili-infused Earl Grey tea. At the very least, you need to know where to draw the line. The device on my back is called the Self-Adapting Movement Signal Tracking Support Mech. It's a similar piece of tech to the all-spectrum multi-use cooking mech. It's easy to control, efficient in the kitchen, and can even read and respond to common movements. Many people think it looks like a tail and even call me a demon chef. If I'm honest, I wish I had the power to cast certain cooking abominations into oblivion. So, hey, if the shoe fits...
哦，所以它的尾巴比较接近意志的概念吗？
If I could create a dessert better than Gâteau de Bourg and make it to Lady Farina's satisfaction, I think my next step would be to visit every nation in Teyvat and cook for the Archons. That's how I get to the next level. I might even be able to get a taste of each Archon's signature dish. Oh boy, would that open my eyes to a whole new world of gastronomy.
For me, food is far more than a source of nutrition or sustenance. It's the star of the most important ritual in our lives. For many people, the barrier to appreciating good cuisine is not a lack of aptitude, but lack of time and mora. For me, part of a chef's duty is prioritizing cost-effective ingredients in recipe development. Haute cuisine doesn't have to be inaccessible. It should be enjoyed by all. You strike me as someone who appreciates good forging. Then get a load of these knives, all forged with different techniques and featuring intricate patterns on the blades. A branding consultant once advised me to create a so-called investable persona to attract more funding and help me reach greater culinary heights. But I'm terrible at acting. I've tried most of the traditional cuisine Teyvat has to offer. So now my focus is on the unconventional and the kind of bland. Just okay. I've had worse. Comments like that are my worst enemy. Flavor is everything, and if a dish fails to deliver, it's going straight in the trash. Esteemed traveler, you...
太多了吧
My senses are... Mastery isn't... I can see it. The golden point in time when form and flavor combine for maximum effect. The most efficient pathways for the transmission...
6月8号 3月23。好了，那我们招不到关台，然后一样直播的记录会在 YouTube 开台的资讯会在推特跟 Discord。明天我干嘛？明天我要干嘛？哎，我明天是画图台吗？我看一下。峰山手机游戏啊，对，是画图台。好哦，又要工作了，耶。明天是画图台，就这样，干，然后敲到手臂。OK， 那我们进 ED， 我看一下要去哪边。有人有推荐的吗？